Hi. My tummy hurty. I don't feel good. I'm munching on some toast. I was trying to finish my toast before I started. I'm sorry. Hi. Sim, go to bed. No! No, you can't mug me. I was so energetic. I feel so dead.
6 months already stimper for Blanky.
Hi, tummy hurty. I'm tooth hurty. Hi, tooth hurty. Okay. Hi, princess. Did you eat your vitamins? I did not have my vitamins. I hope I'm not getting sick. I don't know what it is. I think I need some ginger ale. I don't feel super sick, but like my stomach stomach a word? I don't think it is. My stomach I feel like I'm gonna puke. But also I feel kind of like cold and shivery. Stummy wummy. Stim tummy equals stummy. Sim, I already told you, please be well before your big week next week. Yeah, I know. I feel very unprepared because I pushed up the time. I thought I had like next week to work on it, but I start Wednesday now. So I feel a little stressed about it. But I'm getting stuff done. I got lots done so far. The famous medical terminology, stummy. Hear ye, hear ye. I hereby declare stummy is a new word in the kingdom. Thank you. It would greatly inconvenience me when you be sick, so don't. Aw. Don't worry. If I felt really, really unwell, I would go to bed. I just feel a bit weird. I just feel a bit under the weather, that's all. The winter's getting her because she hasn't insulated her home. I literally think that's probably why. You know when you are outside and it's cold and you're not dressed appropriately for the weather and you're like shivering and you're cold and then the next day you just feel kind of like, ugh. I think that's what happened. I got cold. Chicken dance! Cock-a-doodle-doo! Chicken, 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 chicken. Stress might also be a factor here. You have had a lot on your plate. That's true. What was that? What was that about doing yard work last night? Oh, yeah. It gets really dark here early now that winter's coming. So maybe have some chicken soup tonight. I should. I do have my leftover chicken thighs. I could probably turn that into chicken noodle soup. But I was trying to get so I cut my grass in my backyard last night. Oh my god, chat. Have you ever tried to cut grass that's too tall for your lawnmower? It doesn't work very good. My lawnmower kept stalling or like turning off. I think I got grass stuck in the blade. I don't know. I had to keep restarting it.
To the dictionary.
Not at night. Thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Dust Rogue Panda. Yum, 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 yum. I love Primes. Tooth and Moe, same basic theory as painting. I cut it in my backyard so the old guy couldn't see. Before he yelled at me, I was in my front yard. I cut it not diagonally. I could barely get through it. I was like hacking and slashing at this grass. It wouldn't cut, man. I can imagine her mowing the lawn with a flashlight. I did have my phone flashlight on at the end because it got dark on me. I wasn't expecting it to get dark so soon because it was like just after dinner. So I wasn't gonna stop. I wasn't gonna quit. I'm not a quitter. My dad didn't raise no quitters, so I was like, I'll just turn my flashlight on my phone for the last part so I could see exactly where I was. Because I was kind of scared I was gonna like lawnmower over like an eaves trough or something. You need a scythe for that. It would also be cool for Halloween. A headlamp would be better. I don't have a headlamp. That would be good though. But I was just wearing a t-shirt and like jeans, and it gets like really cold here at night. And I was like cold and shivery, and I was like refusing to stop because I just wanted to get it done and over with. And it got dark, and and I was just like being very stubborn and bratty. But I got it done, and now I feel kind of sick today, so I hope I didn't get a cold from being out in the cold too long. Hey Stim, today we'll be reacting to medieval early modern Korea. I finished watching a video about a much more recent war in Korea. Yeah, we're gonna learn about Admiral Yi today. That sounds like a cold waiting to happen. This is how people get pneumonia? Stim being bratty, no way. Oh, and my door's not fixed too. My door's even more broken now. I'm sad. I don't want to call my dad. He said I could figure it out with YouTube. I don't want to fail him. I have to go to the hardware store and get different weather stripping. Apparently I got the wrong kind. I thought you watched the YouTube video. I did. I didn't break my door. It just won't close now. It's because I have that like okay, so basically what happened was the weather stripping I got, I think is too big for that door. Maybe it's like industrial size or something. I don't know. It wouldn't fit in there. Like it's too thick. The function of the door no longer works, but it's not broken. Got it. Yeah, I think the door is fine. I just think the weather stripping is too big. It said universal though, but it lied. It lied. It lied. Because when I took out the weather stripping of my door, I should have taken out the weather stripping first and brought it to the hardware store and had someone help me. Because there was like so many kinds there, and I just picked up like a universal looking one. But when I took out the weather stripping, it was like half the thickness of the kind that I bought. And so like when I tried to slide it in, and it came with screws. Like you're supposed to screw into your door frame, which sounds wrong to me. Hi, Malice. Hi. So that didn't work. The door wouldn't close with the weather stripping on. And I even had to cut it, and it was like hard plastic. So, and I tried cutting it with scissors, and that didn't work. So then I took my trusty box cutter, and I cut it with that, really janky, but I got it done. And then it didn't even fit, so I can't even return it because I already cut it. This is hard. This is hard work. I could never be a contractor. Oh my god, this is so tough. Nothing works, nothing fits. I guess I probably should have measured it first. But I didn't think of that. I'm just a girl. Stim, you're gonna have a very cold winter this year. My house is very cold. Because I took the old weather stripping out, put the new weather stripping in. The door wouldn't close with the new weather stripping in. I think it's too big. So as I either have my door not be able to close, or take the old weather stripping out and just leave the door open, you know, like not open, but like leave it drafty. So I just left it drafty last night, but it was really cold last night. Now my house is really cold this morning, and I don't feel good. My Oshi, killer burn, thank you. That makes me happy. As a contractor, I'm shaking my head. Oh, I'm sorry. Stim, you were lucky that you were cute. What does that mean? That's my Cami Oshi fucking up her house for content. For my next trick, I'll set fireworks off in my office. No, I'm gonna go to the hardware store after stream today and see if they get the they'll have the maybe they'll find the thing I need for it. Chat, I got another crazy house story for you. You'll never guess it. I set my house on fire. What about asking Grandpa Stim for help? No, my Grandpa Stim's too far away. Everyone, measure twice, cut once. Stim, measure never, break it twice. I did have to cut it twice, and then I cut it too short, which pissed me off. I was like, oh, I just need to take a little tiny piece off here. But I don't even have to measure it. It's just a tiny piece. And then I cut it, and it was too short. And I'm like, no! Why? Dang it! Oh, so annoying. Why can't it just work perfectly the first time? I don't even know where my measuring tape is. I've like never used it. I just eyeball it. Close enough. Good enough. It did look really easy on the video, but it wasn't easy in practice. Maybe get a new measuring tape at the hardware store. I never got to play Warhammer. I want to play it. Every Warhammer player has a tape measure in every room of the house. Wait, why do you need a tape measure? What do you use it for? Is it like measuring distances? Oh, that's so stupid. Is your tape measure for measuring distances? Wow, Stim, that's so smart. That is what a tape measure's for. Bye, Mag. Have a good day at work. She measured their pecs. I mean, their ranges. All the unit movements and ranges are in inches. Okay. I just got a new AK interactive tape measure from the local hobby store. It has clickety clackers. What? What do you mean clickety clackers? Have you ever had someone cheat in Warhammer? Guitar strings. Yesterday. Yeah, really? Oh my gosh. Did you challenge them to a duel? Did you throw your glove at them? Oh, it's mostly kids. That makes sense. I killed him. I mean, I would probably cheat by accident because I don't know the rules enough. Whoa, caught with loaded dice? Ain't no way. You want to know something really scary that happened to me today? It was so scary. I went to put on my sweater this morning, like my zip-up sweater, and a spider was in it! A spider was in it! I almost put a sweater on with a spider in it on me. Oh, it was terrifying. I like threw it across the room. A big one! It was like the size of a loony. It's an Avatar vlogs. It's like the size of a loony. It was pretty big. It scared the heck out of me. A loony? What's a loony? It's Canadian dollars. It's the size of a Canadian dollar. The size of a loony is the most Canadian thing you've said? Oh! It's a Canadian $1 coin, yeah. Like an inch big, maybe? What do you say? It's like an inch and a half? About an inch. So tiny. No, it was huge. It was ginormous. It had big fangs. I'm used to seeing spiders, but not when they're in my clothes. That is pretty big, right, guys? It's perfectly average sized for a spider, I think. I think it was like a brown house spider. It had fangs. It looked like it was ready to feast on me. It was very scary. I was very brave. Ow! Owie! Ouch! Gosh dang it! Ow! Oh, today's not my day, chat. I just banged my elbow on my desk so hard. Also, Stim, you have Warhammer VTuber competition. Miwa was on the Poor Hammer podcast recently. That's crazy. I don't want to refer to it as competition. I think that's not nice. I think that's really cool. I think it's really cool that that Miwa's doing stuff like that. I feel a bit uncomfortable when people compare me to other Warhammer creators. I think that everyone should support everyone. And maybe that's naive, but Steam is proud of all her babies, including Miwa. I am. I'm proud of everybody. Everyone's been working so hard. Everyone's been getting growth, which has been amazing to see. The only competition is when minis are in place. I would like to play a Warhammer game one day. That is my goal. Comparison with friends isn't healthy, but it would be cool to see you on a Warhammer podcast sometime. Maybe Lore Crimes or Adeptus Ridiculous. Yeah, I've thought about it. You guys, I've just been like extremely busy. Man, I've been really busy. I don't feel like I have time to put into that right now, but I would like to one day. I definitely would. Tried in TTS. Don't know if you have anyone to play with it. I don't have anyone to play with it. Play Warhammer with. That's why it's not. It's not like a pressing thing I want to do right away because I don't have anyone to play with. I don't even have a store that does it. I don't think near me. Busy. My stim pack. Couldn't imagine. Yeah, like I have been extremely busy with all the well, with my outfit debut, getting ready for my donathon, doing the Outbreak donathon, doing all my management stuff, streaming every day. All the other extra projects I have for Glitch Stars going on. It's been like very hard to find time to do like cool stuff like that, but I will get there. I will try. I made a comment on one of your YouTube videos, but figured I would also put it here. I heard you like pirates and a channel called The Fat Electrician did a video on a story about pirates. It's called America Dismantles Pirate Nations for Touching Their Boats, the Barbary Wars. Oh, Fat Electrician, we watched one of his videos. I will check it out. I do love pirates. Do burn out yourself. I know. I don't take vacations, guys. I don't go on trips. I don't I work every day and night. But I would like to one day get to the point where I can do more side projects. That's what I'm talking about. The amount of stress may be bad. It sounds like you're burning out, Stim. I don't think I'm burning out. I'm just trying to juggle everything right now. I'm taking care of myself. It's okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm okay. There's a lot of big projects and opportunities I've had that I haven't been able to pursue just because I have other stuff I have to take care of for work, but all in good time, all in good time. I've also really been, well, you guys probably noticed, I've been really into Total War. I'm sorry, 40K. Total War has me in a chokehold right now. So that's kind of been like my thing that I've been wanting to spend a lot of time on. What? Since when? What? No way. What? Just get the war blankie. I do need my war blankie. Haven't noticed. Taking care of yourself like you're taking care of your house. If so, I'm really worried. Oh, damn, you got me. You got me there. You got me there. Dee 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 dee. Is a war blankie different to a normal one, or does it have spikes on it or something? It's just extra comfy and cozy. On a brighter note, I got around to watching the Critical Role.
5 months, yet it feels much longer than that. Not a dull moment here. Glad I found your corner of the internet, Stim.
Thank you, Taka. Thank you for 5 months. You watched the newest episode of Critical Role? Brennan's so good, right? He's mad. He's mad. I kind of feel like Brennan right now. I mean, I shouldn't compare myself to Brennan, but I mean like how he's juggling, what, like 12 players in different... How many players is it? 12 players at his table or something like that? I feel like that's me with all the stuff I have to do. You had to be a little crazy to do all that. 12? It's like... You have to like rotate the players out. So he'll have like 4 or 5 players at the table, and then like 2 of them will bow out, and then he'll switch to another scene with like 3 other players. Let them do their thing, and then he'll switch scenes, bring back 4 other players, and then bring another player in. And I'm just like, my God, man, how do you keep track of that? How do you keep track of that? Like, you're insane. Actually insane. Plus any stuff he's film. Oh, he's doing Dropout still too? That's crazy. It's supposed to be a West Marches style thing this season, isn't it? I think so, yeah. It's a huge amount of work to... I feel like it's a huge amount of work in your brain. You know, like it would take up so much of your mental space in your brain. Keeping everything straight. Having all these things like planned out for different parts of the world. He's basically running like 3 campaigns in one, it feels like. And they all have to overlap and make sense lore-wise without like... That would be so hard to keep things straight without messing up. Like, I'm sure he will mess up. I don't know how you don't mess up, but like it would be hard to keep everything like lore accurate. He'd kick our ass at StarCraft. Damn, like that's crazy. I could never. Brennan and Matt are insane. Oh my God. I don't want to spoil it, but Matt's character I'm very excited about. I'm happy to see Matt as a player, and I'm excited about his character. Because it's so different than what I thought he would do. Do you do D&D stuff? I haven't, like, personally. But, like, not on stream, no. Is he a furry? No. He's not a furry. I like Travis's character for that. No, Matt's character is just kind of like a smarmy asshole. Like, he's very punchable. Talison's character is bound to be interesting. Talison's characters are always interesting. I want to know what's going on with his mask, with Talison's character. Matt has got a lot of range. He does, yeah. I love Matt playing. I'm such a sucker, though. You guys know I'm a baby. I love when he plays like father-child things. Oh, kills me when Matt plays children. Kills me every time. I want to cry. It's so cute. It's so cute. Like the father-child dynamic when he does that, it just like gets me every time. It's so cute. He's so good at it. He is. Oh my god. Also, okay, I'm sorry. I'm talking about Critical Role again. I'm just kind of obsessed with it. Marisha's character, she plays like... she literally plays like somebody that would be from my town. Except for more southern. She's just so funny. She's playing the hey darling, bless your heart. But she's got like a beard. It's amazing. You live in a town of big titty dwarves? I mean, I live in a town where like having your tits out is like part of this fashion style, I guess. You got a good event to go to? Push some puppies up. Wow, where? Wow, Canada sounds amazing. I live in the wrong part of Canada. As small town things. Damn, we gotta find that place in Canada. I'm not a fan of Ashley's character. I love Ashley's character design, but I'm not sure on her character yet. I have to see more. She only had like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes of screen time. I think I'm gonna consider moving. How's the housing market? Well, if you buy your house off Facebook Marketplace, you could probably find a good deal, like I did. Otherwise, rip. It's okay, I can do weather stripping. You say that now until you have to do it, and it's like way harder than you imagined it would be. You say that now. Speaking of tabletop roleplay, have you checked out Lawhammer yet? It's set in the Warhammer universe and is really good in my opinion. The host is Sotek's partner and Lorebeard. I have looked into it a little bit. I actually talked to Sotek about Andy. She's also about to do a dodothon to fix up said house. I am. I need help. Why is every new stim fact cursed? Wait, what did I say that was cursed? Hi, Phil. Buying a house on Facebook Marketplace? I buy everything secondhand if I can. I love buying things secondhand. It's so much cheaper. Stim, why your tummy hurt? I don't know. I think I'm getting sick. I think because I was working outside when it was like cold and dark last night. Thrifting around for a household. It gets cold in Canada. It's 10 degrees here right now. Yeah, same here, Fel. It's really cold and windy. Replace your tummy. I actually usually have a really strong tummy. I just think I might be getting the flu or something. I'm not sure. Or I could be stressed, yeah. I also ate expired yogurt this morning. But I don't think that was the reason why my tummy hurt. Because, like, when you think about it, yogurt is, like, already expired milk, right? So, like, in my mind, if it's, like, a few days expired and, like, a little clumpy, that's just, like, extra time Extra fermentation? What color was the yogurt? It was white. Why I feel like Sherlock Holmes right now. It wasn't fuzzy. I wouldn't eat it if it had mold on it. Stop bugging me. It wasn't moldy. It was only like a week old. It was just kind of clumpy, that's all. You're right. It's only the same as drinking lumpy milk. Well, I mean, that smells awful. It just smelled like a little spicy. Yogurt isn't wine. You're not supposed to age it. I thought yogurt was like expired milk, kind of. What could be the cause of a tummy ache? Eating expired food? Yep, solved it. Give me my commission, please. I don't think it gave me a tummy ache. We need some water spray to make you learn when stuff is bad. Controlled fermentation is different. Well, I mean, should I throw the rest out then? The reason I didn't want to throw it out is because it's pumpkin spice. It's my favorite kind. It's limited at time. It's a limited time. A limited edition that only comes out in the fall. So I wanted to eat all of it before I went to bed. The water spray redeem? That would be really funny. Just a psh, psh, psh. Is it past the expiration date? Well, don't you eat things past the expiration date for like a week? Unless it like has mold on it. Because I feel like the store... I feel this is me being a tinfoil hat princess. Tinfoil princess time. I think that the store puts an early expiration date on it so that you have to buy more and spend more money. I do that, but you aren't allowed to do that. What? Rules for thee, not for me? That's not fair. It kind of tasted like kombucha. That's all. So I didn't think it was that bad. You wanted to be adopted by Ditter, so you gotta listen to him. Okay, I'll have some more on my toast. Thank you, Flags Pet. In a uwu. Uwu. You're right, companies do that. See, that's what I mean. Stim ain't even tinfoil. That's just true. That's what I'm saying, dog. Your symptoms are consistent with the consequences of eating expired yogurt. I also have like shivers and chills though. I'm all like shivery and cold. Best Buy and expiration date are different things, so make sure you don't confuse the two. Oh, do they mean different things? That's your body fighting the poison you fed it. Oh, maybe. My body doesn't do that when I have alcohol though, and that's poison. I need soup. Best Buy is a suggestion and expiration will probably be bad. Your liver is there specifically for that type of poison. Have you ever had a hangover? Because I've had hangovers that gave me shakes and shivers. Oh, that's true. That's a good point, actually, yeah. Best Buy means after the date the product quality may degrade. Expiration date means after the date it's expired and not safe for consumption. Oh, mine expired, but I feel like that's just a guideline and not a overall. It's a suggestion. I'm gonna go back to work. Chat, you need to babysit this woman. Keep her from doing anything like eating expired food. I'm fine! I'm a strong, independent woman. I can do what I want. I can do what I want. If I want to eat expired yogurt, I can. You can't stop me. I may feel sick and have tummy hurty, but that's a choice I'm allowed to make. I'm calling poison control. You're not my real dad, she says, shoveling in lumpy yogurt with tears in her eyes. I'm broke. I gotta use up all the food that I have before I buy new food. Remember, Stim, don't eat green potatoes.
Crunked,
I did learn that. I did know that because I ate green potatoes before, and they're really bad for you. I strongly urge you to reconsider. Wait, people like doing the opposite of what we tell them. Don't eat good food. I will make soup today. I will. Sim ate green potatoes once. Now look at her hair. Look what it did to my hair. And stop buying expensive pumpkins. Oh, that's true. I spent $50 on pumpkins. I could have spent that on food. That's so true, Bestie. That's so true. I didn't think of it like that. I'll eat my expired yogurt just so I can have the finer things in life, like fancy pumpkins. Hello, Stim. Hi, Shika. We got some where I live in the grocery store for $100. There must be a pumpkin shortage. That's expensive. Pumpkins are food, by the way. You can roast them like squash. My parents grow sugar pumpkins that you can use in baking and cooking. Is yummy. But I think the ones that the pumpkin patch sold, because they're so big, I think they're like basically made for carving. It's a conspiracy by Big Pumpkin. Yeah, it is. Big Pumpkins out there. This is their this is their one time a year where the pumpkin marketing team's going crazy. It's their month. October, the month of pumpkins. I heard the largest pumpkin in contests get cut by chainsaws to get at the seeds. Oh yeah, that's true. Stim, to help you out with time management, Extra History does multi-part series. Usually each part is 7 to 10 minutes. Admiral Yi is 5 parts, so a bit more than 40 minutes. Okay, that's fine. That's not too bad. I used to watch Luton's like hour-long videos on stream. Wait till she hears about the pumpkin bunkers. Not the pumpkins! No, not the pumpkins! Oh, that Stim marketing team's so good. Stim ate expired pumpkin spice yogurt and is mad at us about it. I'm not mad at you about it. I'm just like trying to min-max life, you know? Eat whatever I can before it kills me. Slop maxing. Don't call it that. Don't call it that. Do you guys have Xmas stuff in the stores? Yeah. I went shopping last week and the store was playing Christmas music. There was literally like half a shelf of Halloween stuff and the rest of the whole 2 aisles was taken over by Christmas stuff. It's crazy.
Grand_tourist cheered Dex100. No chance of watching Reggie's Grom video today.
Oh, actually, oh man, I do want to watch that too. I do want to watch the Grom video because I fight Grom tomorrow. Thank you, Cassim, for the gift of sub too. Trash Queen. You call me trash queen? Really? It was totally random. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. That reminds me of the song. There's a song and it's like, you could be the queen of my double wide trailer. Yeah, trailer park queen, that's me. Should we stop the yap session here so we can use Scrandle and reacts? We probably should. Trash princess. There's a trash princess and a trash queen. Hell yeah. Chat, would you still watch my stream if I was wearing jorts? Dubious. What if my model was really cute and I wore like jorts and like are you John Cena? You do realize that's not a threat when it comes from a lady? Really? I feel like you wearing jorts would just be fitting at this point. Wow. Let me get this straight. My Oshi is unwashed, eats expired foods. Eats expired foods for fun and destroys her house for content. Wait, I'm your Oshi? Wait, what? What? Oh my god. At least she's not wearing... Wait, wait, what? At least she's not pantsless. Have you been wearing jorts the whole time? You guys know what jorts is? I'll explain it to you. They're jean shorts. I like honestly really want to do an Uncle Stimothy outfit. But I feel like you guys wouldn't like it. You'd make fun of me. I just Googled it. It's awful. It's pretty funny. No, they're not Daisy Duke. They're not Daisy Dukes. They're like long shorts. They're like knee shorts. They're not like hot, short Daisy Duke jean shorts. They're like knee length and cut off jeans. Do they have a camo pattern for extra unk energy? I could wear my hunting top. And like my trucker hat. I could have like a, I don't know. What else would I add? A fanny pack? No. Fanny pack? I could wear my Crocs. I think that would be really funny. Jean shorts are commitment. Those kids wear them throughout the winter. Camo Crocs in sport mode. Hell yeah. Stick with their new model and a where's my trucker hat. Add in a sunburn for extra fat. Farmer's 10. Jorts, camo shirt, and trucker hat. Well, be honest. Would you still watch me? If I showed up to stream like that, would you watch me? Would you be like, wow, that's my Oshi, everybody? For sure. Oh, you guys are the best. I love you. It's barely different from the dress. No, it's completely different. Look how cute I am right now. Look how cute I am. I'd have to make a tail hole for my jorts, though. I'm very cute. I'm so tiny. I'm so tiny. All right, you heathens. Here's the tail. How would you put on jorts with your tail? I don't know. You know what? I might have to like have the back open. Stop petting me there! I might have to have the back open and then like button it up and like have You know how people button their shorts up in the front? Maybe I have the button in the back. And I like button it around the tail. I'm pretty sure that would make them one of those kinky backless shorts. No, not like kinky, just like utilitarian. Wear the pants backwards, problem solved. Yeah. Oh yeah, like those kids' pajamas. Yeah. 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 Where's your tail anatomically speaking? It's like right above my butt. Like the small of my back, I think. What do you call that? I don't know, your tailbone? Above your tailbone. Like right there. Yeah. I feel like you misunderstand your audience. We're here for cursed rather than cute. Okay. I feel like I have to be a pretty princess. Why do I always come in here the most awkward of moments? What do you mean? It's not awkward. We're talking about my tail. Wow, the tail is at the tailbone. Who could have seen that coming? Shout out, Prince. Okay, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. I'm afraid the jorts will have to be suspender jorts with the tail in the way. People are allowed to be more than one thing. You can be cursed as much as you want. I do love being cursed. Where'd my Oshi go? I gotta explain what an Oshi is, then we'll do Scrandle. It has come to my attention that some of you are not familiar with the term Oshi. Let me educate you. An Oshi comes from, I think, I don't know, I don't know if this is true or not. I think Oshi comes from Japanese idol culture. And it has turned into VTuber culture. And Oshi is basically like your stan. So in idol groups, there's like more than one member in an idol group. You know, they're like boy bands or girl bands, girl groups. And what's a stan? Okay, let me explain this. A stan is like your favorite person of that group. Like you love the whole group, but there's one person that's like your favorite. So you stan that person, or that person's your Oshi. What's a favorite? Shut up, Taka! So that came from like Japanese idol culture, and it kind of has, since VTubers originally originated in Japan, and it's VTubers usually in a company in Japan would debut as a group, a gen, as part of like VTuber culture, like HoloLive. So when that came to like the West, a lot of companies, they're called corpo VTubers, they still debut as a group. They have like they take a lot of that from, you know, like idol culture. And they sometimes sing and dance and do all that stuff or play a character. And so the term Oshi is like your favorite one of that gen or your favorite one of that group. And now it's more broadly used as in like your favorite one, like your favorite VTuber. But you can have multiple Oshis. You can have more than one Oshi. It's like, yeah, you can have more than one Oshi. Like this one's my Oshi, this one's my Oshi. These are my favorites. But you can only have one Kami Oshi. Kami Oshi is your favorite of all time. The GOAT, one might say. Your one and only Kami Oshi that is like your bestest best. So you can have like 5, 10 Oshis. Don't have 10 Oshis. That's a bit sus. You can have like 5 Oshis. But you can only have one Kami Oshi. So that's like saying, I love old dragon VTubers, but Stim is my Kamioshi. Now you know. Kami equals God, yeah. But there can only be one Stim. That's why I'm your Kamioshi. That's also a thing I noticed between Germans and Americans where they later... Wait, I can't read. That's also a thing I noted... Oh my... Between Germans and Americans where they later say to many people they are their best friend, but Germans only have one best friend. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah, it kind of similar. Also, if you never pick a Kamioshi, you will get bullied. At what point in time do we get a Super Saiyan Oshi God? Stim explaining what Oshi's is with the devil went down to Georgia in the background is the surprise. Stim is Kamioshi. I'm literally watching stream instead of my college class. Do your college class, Crabo! I am your god, Oshi. Yes. Thank you for coming to my Stim talks. My Kamioshi. Honestly, my Kamioshi was Fauna. My Kamioshi died. The glasses give credibility. They do, right? Green woman solidarity. She may have inspired me to have green hair. Yeah, she graduated. How do I say? It's not the same. It's not the same, that's all I'll say. I love Fauna. I loved Fauna. I loved her design and I loved everything. It really isn't. Yeah, it's not. I still love her, but it's just different. It's just different when your Oshi or your Kami Oshi graduates. I don't really have a Kami Oshi right now. I haven't found someone again. MILF hat was S tier merch. That is genius. Yeah, I don't really have a Kami Oshi right now. I'm Kami Oshi-less. My Kami Oshi is Bibu. Bibu's cute. I don't really watch Hololive. I actually don't really watch I don't really watch big corpo streamers anymore. I feel like, well, I don't really have time, but I'm gonna confess, Stim isn't my Kami Oshi, though my current #1 is staying there because fellow German bonus. I've shifted more to indies in the last couple of years. Yeah, I don't know who my Kami Oshi is. Does that mean I'm Kami Oshi for 2 VTubers or 1? What? Also, you don't have to say who your Oshis or Kami Oshi is. I was just explaining. I was explaining it for people who don't know. Because I had Setra as my Oshi in my last
You're my
stream
Oshi.
title.
Stim, thanks to @ingeniatic for my sub gift.
Aw,
Stim
hi
for 4
Tina.
nodders.
I love you, Tina. Stim is the only VTuber I bother to watch live instead of the VOD. Wow, that's really nice. Thank you, Survival. Stim, you're Corpo too. Yeah, I'm Corpo. I just don't watch I don't watch like Hololive or Niji or anything really. I don't really have time to watch streamers. If I watch streamers, I watch my friends, like other glitch stars. So, I guess my Oshis are glitch stars. Oh, I watch Limu a lot. Limalicious. I like having her streams on in the background because she has like such a calm vibe that it's easy to listen to when I'm like doing dishes or, you know, like housework. I've only really watched you. That's nice, Major Sam. Limu's very comfy. Yeah, I personally like comfy vibes with my streams. So that's kind of who I if I have someone that's not Glitch Stars on, it's usually Limes. Yeah, I don't know. For big indies. Stim, it's time to get back to WoW? Never! You can't drag me back! You can't! I think it's good to have more than one Oshi, definitely. If you're really into VTubers. But there's some people who like I found maybe because of YouTube. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. How are you gonna get Stim and Limu on a common stream? That, oh my god, I would die if I got to collab with Limes. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I've noticed maybe because of my YouTubes that a lot of people who are finding me don't really like watch VTubers. And I think that's really cool if I'm like the first VTuber you watched. I hope I was a good introduction to VTubers. I'm really not into VTubers. You're the first VTuber I really watched, and that was because of your Bricky video. Yeah, a lot of people have not, like, a lot of people who found me don't really watch VTubers, so I feel honored if I'm like your first one. Stim being a gateway drug to VTubers is a good timeline. Ambassador, VTuber ambassador. I remember when I saw Callie for the first time, I was really weirded out. Just remember, Bricky knows Limu, you know Bricky, you've got friend of friend advantage. Hey, Bricky, hey, Bricky, I heard you're friends with Limu. I have no reason, just asking, you know, I was just asking if you, hey, you guys friends? Are you friends? My friend of my friend was wondering if you guys are friends. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All roads lead to Briggy. That's so funny. You're almost at 30k on YouTube. I tried watching others. You're a saint compared to other ones. Aw, Major Sam, that's so nice. Aw. Thank you. Yeah. I'm just happy that I read this and my chair started floating. I'm happy that I could introduce people to VTubers. VTubers are pretty cool. She edits out the part she's mean to us. Me, never. 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 Can never be mean. Ever. You should be thankful how nice I am. Stim has never been mean a day in her life. It's true. Hi, Brittany. I saw you were playing League. Are you addicted? I do remember the first time I saw a VTuber. It was when I didn't know what a VTuber was, and Duologs told me that he was like friends with a bunch of VTubers. And I was like, what's a VTuber? And he's like, oh, I'll show you the most famous VTuber of all time. And he showed me Gura. And I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I was like, what? It's a little shocking your first time. It's a little shocking your first time. I didn't know that VTubers existed. You can't find one Stim peasant that would say Stim is mean. They all have been to see the oubliettes. There's so many good VTubers to watch. Yeah, I love VTubers. Do I want to play? No, Brittany, I don't play League. I never have and never will. That's one thing I stand by. I will stand on that. I do want to play Dead by Daylight, though. Do you want to play Dead by Daylight? My first VTuber watched was Gura playing West of Loathing. Stim playing League would be my 13th reason. I'm not good, though. I'm not good either. I play Killer, so I suck at playing Survivor. I think I want to do Dead by Daylight for Halloween. That Halloween collab. I know Riri plays Dead by Daylight, too. Maybe we could do me, you, Riri, and we need a fourth. Of course she plays Killer. I love playing the Killer because I get to be the one scaring people. I don't like getting scared. But I like scaring other people. I like being the nightmare. I don't want to get nightmares. I want to give nightmares. It's the green violence. Stim, when do we have a DBD community day? We should! You guys want to? That'd be a fun Halloween community day. We should. Hi, Roscoe. My first VTuber was Iron Mouse back when she had brown hair and knives for horns. Wow! That was a long time ago. Wait, have you seen the Dead by Daylight Ghostface memes of people acting a fool? No? Send them to me on Discord. Wait, was that a sub goal? Wait, was that a sub goal? Oopsie whoopsie. That's my bad. Alright, Stim, I'm reinstalling DVD right now. Okay, we'll do community games for Halloween. Community Dead by Daylight. But I get to be the killer. And if you're too good at the game and you don't let me kill you, you're banned. Okay, good? We're all clear? Good? Hey, Stim, who's your favorite killer? Huntress. Yeah, that's fair. Folks, I will get banned for content. Yeah, we can actually rotate. That would be fun. Oh yeah, Stim doesn't abuse her chat. I don't! I'm just saying, if you don't let me kill you, what are you really doing with your life? Right? If Stim puts you on a hook, you cannot free yourself under threat. She's nice, by the way. If Stim is a beta and we let Stim kill us, what does that make us then? I'm not a beta, I'm an alpha. I'm a silent alpha. No, loner alpha. Lone wolf. Ow! That's me. I will start looking at how it can be organized. Oh yeah, sure. That would be great. If you could organize that in the mod chat. Kylitos. This is my favorite VTuber, Stim. She's nice and wholesome. Definitely not mean and lewd. I'm not lewd! Sometimes I can be mean, but not that mean. Mostly nice. How many tries did it take to get an alpha result, Stim? I haven't gotten an alpha result yet. But in my hearts of hearts, I know I'm an alpha. And I don't need a test to tell me that. I have the alpha instincts. I sent it? Let me see. Source, trust me, bro. Cope mad seed. Alright, let's see this. Oh, it's TikTok? Oh, hold on. That is funny. I'm sorry, I can't show you guys. There's no link to it. It's just a Discord. It's just in Discord. Unless it's on YouTube. Let me look. Alpha instincts in regards to food, home repair, danger, sense. Check, check, check. Yeah, those are all alpha instincts. That's how I'm so self-sufficient. Hiding in the corner is not an alpha instinct. Well, you know, you got me there. You got me there, you got me there, you got me there, you got me there. I like to hide in the corner sometimes. It makes me feel safe. It makes me feel safe. You don't have an alpha bone in your body? Hey, let's go to the react screen. We're doomed? What? I'll take care of you, don't worry. I lead the stemdom. That is alpha behavior. I also killed Scarbrand. Alpha behavior. I can protect you. Get behind me, kitten. I'll save you from the dangers of this world. Is that a react scramble before 2 hours? We got a lot to react to. Go away, TikTok. I hate TikTok's interface. It's so annoying. Go away! Okay. What happened to all those Prince Lutens in Total War? I can't control what Prince Luton decides to do. If he wants to 1v1 an army, that's, you know, I'm gonna let him live his life. Don't say kitten again, please. Oh, you don't like it when I say that? You don't like it when I'm being an alpha? I did defeat Scarbrand. I'm really proud of myself. Everyone told me I was gonna lose and I should just reload, but actually I won. I may have cheesed it, but it still counts. Hey, let me go to the react screen. It was a good short yap session, unless she gets back in, of course. I can't get distracted. We didn't say you were gonna lose. We were just deeply concerned. Isn't that the same thing? Isn't that the same thing? I'm pretty sure people told me to reload because his army was gonna kick my ass. Okay, let's see this. Haven't seen the killer all game, so I went to have a look. I think they're role-playing. I think they're role-playing. Definitely roleplay. Wait, what is it? Oh my god, that's so funny. I love Dead by Daylight. The people in Dead by Daylight are like kind of like intense though. You know what I mean? They're like kind of intense. I remember like I didn't let them when I was playing killer sometimes. I didn't like know how I didn't know there's like these unspoken rules in Dead by Daylight where like if they like bow to you and stuff, then you're supposed to like let them free or like not attack them. And I was just like, what a dummy. And I just like killed them all when they were like bowing to me. And then they got mad and they like flamed me after. They're like, we were trying to be friends. I was like, what? How was I supposed to know that? Because you can't like chat during the game. You can only chat afterwards. Can we try evil mode? Yeah, we could try evil mode. They were offering themselves to you. They got so mad at me after. The unspoken rules are dumb. Yeah, I don't play enough Dead by Daylight to know like if you bow and give me your med kit, you like want to be friends. I don't know. Yeah, let's try Evil Scran. I think it just changes the colors so that like looks cursed. Maybe? We'll try it. Play. Oh my god, it's like radioactive. What? How the heck am I actually gonna pick this? This looks like an X-ray. Chili cheese fries or curry chips. Is this what they all look like? I'm gonna go with one, yeah. Oh man, that chili cheese fries look so good. Chicken nachos or buffalo wings? Let's see. 16 pounds for chicken nachos? Holy shit, that's expensive. Casey, current woman, US or Philadelphia, US? 9 out of 10 today? Well, it's evil mode, so I don't know. I'm gonna go with the chicken wings because like 16 pounds is crazy. Ooh, I would eat that. That looks like buffalo. Mini pizza? Oh, that looks cursed. What the fuck happened here? What? Is Satan speaking to me through this image right now? What is this? What? Mini pizza? That looks so moldy and gross. Ew. Okay, we're gonna do the cursed one. Oh, heck, it looks so good. It looks so good. Is that how your yogurt looked? No. Noah. No, no. My yogurt was fine. It was just expired and a little clumpy, but it looked fine. Festive bowl or Korean chicken? It's only at 1 pound. If I 10 out of 10 evil mode, I'm going to laugh so hard. My brain only works in evil mode, okay? Pizza dog or chicken tinga tacos? I believe in your wisdom, princess. This actually looks good. My brain only works in the evil mode. What does that say about you? Well, it says that I'm based, okay? Chicken tinga tacos. Fuck! Oh, heck, that looks so good. I couldn't tell that the cheese was melted. No, I couldn't tell. Otherwise, I would have picked that. Fan Village breakfast. This looks like garbage. Included 200 pounds! Included in the per night cost. What? What? What does that mean? Oh, it's Qatar. Per night cost. Is it saying like what you get this with your hotel room? Is that a hotel room with the food added? Why does the breakfast look so shitty? It's like a juice box, a bottle of water, some instant coffee, an apple, a muffin and a donut, and bread? For $200 with your room? Chicken biryani. Oh, yeah. Yeah! Yeah! Oh, wow. 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 What's happening? There's no words. There's no words. I don't know what this is! Is it a burger? Burger with melted cheese? It was too lewd. 18 plus. Scrandal OnlyFans. Peas are not available. I'm gonna go with the burger, honestly. Oh wait, peas are not available. That makes me want to pick this because it has no peas. Yay! Ew, ew, ew! Oh my god! Good thing we didn't pick that. Wait, what is this? It's horrific. Ew, what is growing on this? Ew. There you go, Jerry Baker. That looks horrific. Gunner Glizzy. What is a gunner dog, do you think? Like, what makes it a gunner dog? What do they put on it? The pizza does look sad. Arsenal are the Gunners. Oh, it's an Arsenal thing. Guns. Yours comes with AK. Okay. I picked this by accident, but you know what? It worked out in the end. It worked out. It was an accident, but it worked out. Cholo dog. Pulled pork burger and hot dog. Price for each £5. Cholo dog, $7.50. Both of these look good from the pictures. Never punished. I would probably go with the pulled pork. I thought you were calling me. Joe, it's a Jolo dog! Yippee! I'm gonna go with the pulled pork one. Oh no, the Jolo dog was so much better! Oh, this looks horrible. This looks horrible. This looks like bugs or something. Kastnaken. Austria. Cheese Spätzle. Ew, bucket of spiders. That gave me an actual bodily reaction. My whole body just got a chill when you said bucket of spiders. That's the most cursed thing I've ever heard or seen. Or loaded fries. £7 each. That might have been the yogurt. I'm gonna go with the cheese fries. Yay! Spatzel's good though? What is it? Sorry, I let out the darkness inside my evil mind for a moment. I thought you're not afraid of bugs? I'm not afraid of bugs, but I'm afraid of spiders. Oh no, the kiwi pizza still haunts us! This is my nightmare! This is my literal nightmare! Scrandle did this specifically to spite me. A cup of mushy peas or kiwi pizza. That's so gross. It's two things I hate. I think I have to go with the kiwi pizza. Drink your peas, Timothy. No! You can't make me. Damn it! 42% chose the mushy peas. No! 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 How could you? How could you betray me? Who would pick a cup of mushy peas? Washed once again. Damn, I even got below average. I'm your mid princess. I'm so washed. They're gonna coup me soon. Her brain, in fact, did not work on evil mode. It was worse than mushy peas. I had mint sauce. Oh no, please God. Kill it with fire. Mid-pack confirmed. This is the downfall of the stimdom. It started here today. 7-10 scores get the guillotine. Sorry, Stim. Wait, you can't just make that up when I get 7 out of 10. You can't just make that up on the spot. It all started with the mushy peas. Revolution time? Not yet. I said start of the downfall, not the actual downfall. Okay, well. Rip. I'm going to, it's only been an hour and a half. Holy, I'm ahead of schedule, y'all. I'm so ahead of schedule. They will write a book about the downfall and it will be called War and Peace. That's really funny. Thank you, Major Sam, for the 5 gifted. Thank you for making me feel better about being washed. I love filth. I crave the filthy disgustingness of being unwashed. Don't make me wash. You can't make me. We're ahead of schedule. We could watch the Grom video. Stim, you're on stream. Stim, honey, you're on stream. She really is a VTuber. How long is the Grom video? Let me look. Each day I get closer to Nurgle. Each day. Reggie Grom. Grom isn't long, he's wide. Taka. I don't need to know those details about Grom. I don't need his personal deets. Okay, we'll watch the Grom video first because it ties into tomorrow's stream. We have time. Grommy Goblin, shut up. Shut up. Just looking at him tells us a Stim. He's not leaving anything to the imagination. My arch nemesis, Grom.
America and its obesity crisis. You start as...
Okay. We'll watch this. Wait. Oh my god, wow. My brain is cooked. I saw this and thought, when did I open Total War? I thought the game started. Scared me for a second. I thought I opened my game. My brain is cooked. The evil mode got me. I've played a lot of Total War lately. Do you need your React overlay? What React overlay? Stim, we can't hear the game. Stop confusing me. My tummy feel good. You can't confuse me like this. I don't know what I'm doing. What's happening?
The gameplay of Warhammer.
Okay, here we go. I'm starting to wonder if the yogurt has damaged her brain. Oh, the settings for my... Yeah, that's true, Caston. Thank you, Caston. I gotta turn off sound alerts. Hold on. I'm actually cooked. Y'all, I was watching a short today. And it was talking about, like, what kids say these days. And I'm afraid to say I understood 75% of it. I think I've been on the internet too long. Skibidi Ohio Riz? Yeah, I actually understood it. You really, that's a lot. You really are cooked. It's from being a streamer. It's from being terminally online. The only thing I didn't understand was 6-7. Does anyone know what 6-7 means? I didn't get that one. Everything else I got. I mean, you manage Mochi and Arisa, so you gotta understand Zoomer language. That's true. Ask Leah. Leah is not a Zoomer. I think 7 is just a ploy to confuse us. Cause 7, 8, 9. I legit think it doesn't mean anything. You mean like Skibidi? It's probably, yeah, that makes sense. It's probably some stupid meme that kids just started copying. Kiss, Kiss, turn off. PogChamp, turn off. Pink hair, leave on. Does Gen Alpha mean? What gen is Gen Alpha? I don't know what the gens are anymore. I lost track of counting. After Z. Bro, why you Skibidi toilet? Oh, why you Skibidi today? Like you have El Riz only in Ohio while hitting the gritty because you got Farnham tax. Only because the yacht is too small. You need to cook more and stop Freddy Faz banging me or I will get the Sigma Rizzlers to rizz you up. I feel like I just had a stroke. I don't actually know what that meant. Well, my brain is leaking out of my ears. Time to cancel okay, I don't know some of those. I don't know what Farnham tax is. I also don't know what Freddy Faz banging is. Is that what psychic damage feels like? You guys have to watch the Brain Rot Skyrim. Bearing, not banging. Oops. What's that mean? I can't even say it right. What does that mean? Brain Rot Skyrim is funny as fuck. Okay, I should watch that. That's what happened when you look at Cthulhu. Do do do. Do 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 do. You want to know what Freddy Fazbear from Five Nights at Freddy's? I never did play that. Okay, I think we're ready. I turned all the stuff off that I was supposed to turn off. To a burning ring of fire, I went down, down, down. They got Freddy in DBD? Like Freddy Fazbanger? Or like Freddy Krueger? Here we go. Yes, Freddy Fazbanger. Am I the only Zoomer here? I think you're the only one, Major Sam. I think you're literally the only one. You know what's really funny? My metrics say that my main audience is 25 to 35. And then like my second main audience is like 18 to 25. And I just don't I don't understand the appeal I would have to 18-year-olds. I don't. I'm thinking maybe that metric is so high because like that's like the most common age to be on Twitch. So I'm in your third audience of boomers. Got it. My third category is 35 to 45. What's this about 18-year-olds? My second highest metric is 18 to 25 or 24, which surprises me. I am not a Zoomer. I'm a millennial. That's why I'm so depressed. Okay, I think I'm ready. Wait, can I just go warm up my coffee? She called us seniors the other day. I did. I was joking. Don't hold it against me, Jolo. I was joking. She called us older than laughs at us. I mean, it's because we're all oldies mostly. Mate's wife was devastated to learn she was a Zoomer when she looked up the dates. When does Zoomers start? I always think of Zoomers as like. Wait, it goes Millennial, Zoomer, Gen Z, and then Gen Alpha? So are iPad kids Gen Alpha or Gen Z? They're probably Gen Alpha. That scared me. There was a spider on my floor. iPad kids would be Gen Alpha, maybe very late Gen Z. How do they pick the names for these gens? Where did Gen Alpha come from? We got back to a yap session. Oops! We got sidetracked! We got sidetracked! We got sidetracked! Okay, the Omega Burst test! Okay, that's funny. Let me fill up my coffee again, and then we'll start the Reggie React. We'll do Grom, Admiral Yi, and then I also want to do the Wendigo video by Extra History. They have a video on Wendigos. Did you know that? That's like spooky season stuff. Yeah, reaching for that microwave again. I'm sorry, Dittersdorf, the mug's not here yet, so Chef Mike has to work overtime. And then I think next time I do reacts, we'll do Warhammer, because I'm missing Warhammer stuff. I don't do Warhammer stuff anymore. I don't do Warhammer. I just play Total War. And make miniatures. Yeah, 40k. We'll get back to 40k. I wanna watch some videos about Fulgrim and stuff. Fulgrim for reasons. Okay, I'm gonna stop yapping. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay? I'll be right back. For wholesome reasons. Wholesome reasons. But baby, you don't need it. When it's gone. Microwaving coffee. You don't have to. You don't have to tell people I'm microwaving my coffee when they come into the screen, the stream. You can just say she's being very cool and mysterious. Yeah, she's taking a quick break to do Batman stuff. Yeah, my mug hasn't arrived yet. Was I wrong? Well, you're not wrong. You're supposed to tell me I look cool. Was that Shania Twain? That's Rascal Flatts. Wait, you're Batman? What is the quote that Batman says? I'm your worst nightmare. Oh, I'm Batman. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? That's his quote. Man, I don't know Batman. I don't know comics. Well, name 3 different bats. Vampire bats. Fruit bats. Batman. Boom. I'm Batman. Said by Batman. Shakira. I don't know what's going on with my brain. My brain is broken. It's broken. I have like 50 things yelling at me in my brain. Anyways, we should watch this. Is your brain like mine, where there's just like a bunch of like tabs open in your brain, and like you just hear music playing from different tabs, you don't know like where it's coming from, so your brain is just always yelling at you? Yes, I also have ADHD. Oh. Not diagnosed, but pretty sure. If one of the voices is Shakira, that's pretty dope. I don't know. Someone wrote something in chat and it just made me think of Shakira. Baby, when you talk like this, you know you got me hypnotized. Spanish words. Shakira. Anyways, I'm gonna drink this coffee now. Thank you, Kine. That surely is the exact lyrics. You don't have to call me out on it. I was doing my best. I couldn't remember the words. What a poet. Alright, I'm sorry, we gotta do stuff today. Yeah, I gotta do things. We're going to watch Reggie. I should try and get in contact with Reggie. Does Reggie do things with VTubers? Does Reggie collab? Reggie videos are peak. He plays Total War. I wonder if I could get in contact with him to do a collab or something. I don't think he does collabs. It doesn't hurt to try. Maybe, I don't know, I'm so busy. Okay, well, we're going to do Total War. Nope, we're going to do I used obesity to conquer my enemies in Total War 3.
The gameplay of Warhammer 3 is an obvious allegory for America.
And this is because tomorrow I'm taking down Grom after fighting him like 6 times and losing like 6 times. I'm taking him down. I have to. I hate that guy. I hate his face. There's only room for one green violence in Total War, and it's this one!
And its obesity crisis. You start as one of 437 different races and immediately begin killing everyone that looks even remotely different than you. Why? Because unless you're some kind of
Yeah, that is the game, yeah.
Clown-shoed idiot, your short and long-term goal is world domination.
Yep.
You can play as the humble humans. They're great if you have a low moral barometer and a sexual attraction to artillery pieces. But maybe you'd rather be an anemic sex criminal instead. The dwarves have you covered. And if all else fails, you can always play as a colony of Twitter users. Fascinating creatures. In reality, it doesn't matter which
Twitter users.
faction you choose, because much like a cocaine-infused stockbroker, you will inevitably develop an unhealthy relationship with watching numbers go up. Your borders can always be bigger, your income always higher, and of course, you can always accumulate more mass. In a world where there is a one-to-one correlation between your charge damage and your BMI, suddenly being morbidly obese has...
Look at that guy! He's just a happy guy. He's just happy to be here. He's just living his best life. He's all dripped out. He's got a ham leg. He's happy. This is like actually my goal in life. Grease is very happy. I wish I could be as happy as him.
Become the greatest superpower of all, and when it comes to being immensely fat, no one does it better than Grom the Paunch.
Heck
This
you,
heaving
Grom!
green mass of cholesterol is not only sentient, but he's one of the strongest units in the game. Men want to be him, women want to be with him, and
I don't think women want to be with him, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
today, I am him. Immediately upon loading, it became clear that I have entered my own personal hell, because I am surrounded on all sides by the French. Jesus Christ, even the
You're
vampires
wrong.
are French. I solved this conundrum through careful diplomacy, and by careful diplomacy, I mean I had an obese man drive over their heads in a chariot. With our first enemy fended off, we can now participate in the real gameplay, creating strange and elaborate mukbangs to help Grom on his personal mission to tantalize the Vor community. As you can see here, Grom is starving, obviously, and we're going to need to make him some food.
Ew.
To do this, we need to acquire several obscure ingredients from around the world, which will almost certainly necessitate the eradication of countless civilizations, but their sacrifice is one I am willing to make. Our goal is to create and consume all foods, at which point our purpose in life will be complete.
What is this? Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Psychological, safety, love and belonging, esteem, and obesity. Oh. That's how it goes.
And Grom can die peacefully from a convulsion-inducing heart attack. For now, the easiest way to collect ingredients is to just kill everyone we meet and sort out the tasty parts later. To accomplish this, I have launched a brave and courageous eugenics program, whereby whenever a French army spawns, I kill...
Wait, he's fighting the French? Oh my god, this is gonna give me PTSD. This is gonna give me PTSD. He's fighting the French?
But immediately, my fringe scientific beliefs eventually led me to Bordelot, where we were ambushed by a large quantity of Frenchmen. In such moments, the game will try to gaslight you into believing you're at risk of losing. Allow me to show you why this is literally impossible. As greenskins, you have a wide selection of characters, buttons, and settings, but only one of them is actually worth pressing, because when your total lack of brain activity inevitably causes you to start losing a battle, I want you to slam your forehead through the emergency glass and press this button. The WA button instantly
Wah!
buffs your entire army and heals it for 50% of its health. With such immense power, we can effectively neglect any tactical decision making and instead focus on meaningful gameplay decisions, such as using a homeless lady to vomit on unsuspecting peasants. Following
Oh my god, was that the titty girl? Was that the titty girl that we killed? That homeless lady.
this, we were given a quest by a decapitated head, which my psychiatrist
Yeah.
assures me is not normal. Regardless, after completing said quest, we were awarded with a stone golem, which is definitely not overpowered to have on turn 4. After that, we invaded Castle Bordelot and successfully renovated
Titty
it
Mancha.
into a heaping pile of shit. Understandably upset by this, our French enemies launched one final assault on us, armed with Odo and 39 people he found at the bus stop. This was a poor decision on their part. The rapid expansion of our empire had regrettably drawn the attention of the Greater Francophone hive mind, which caused the Fey Enchantress to declare war on us. She attacked us with an army of mounted knights. However, we have the perfect and most dangerous counter to cavalry, a 15-degree incline. The very concept of a non-uniform Earth caused her cavalry to absolutely lose their minds and enter a profound state of psychosis. In response,
The moon is a hologram.
I did the only humane thing possible, which was to complete an industrial amount of mercy killings. With the Fey Enchantress now defeated, it is time to break several international treaties by ingesting our enemies. It's around this time people you don't know will start paying you extortion money you didn't ask for. By this point, our reputation had increased enough to allow us to press the only other button that matters in the game, Call to Wa. By pressing this, we can designate a city to destroy and double the size of all of our armies for 20 turns. If Grom was a car, this would be the equivalent of not only uninstalling his brakes, but replacing them with another acceleration pedal. I chose Castle Carcassonne as our target and plowed Grom into it at 300 miles per hour. Needless to say, there were no survivors. This was the last of our enemies' territories, which effectively rendered them homeless. And in this game, much like in real life, for every turn you are homeless...
Hi Mikro, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome, welcome. I'm doing history reacts today, but because tomorrow I fight Grom in Total War with Sotek, we're watching the Grom video quick.
You slowly but noticeably decompose a little more. But Grom does not care, because I just realized the Wood Elves have invaded Paravent, and little did they know I had already developed a parasocial relationship with that exact settlement.
A parasocial relationship with that settlement.
And their invasion of it unofficially and then officially meant war. With our army still chubbed up from our favorite button, I decided to invade the Wood Elf territories. Fighting the Wood Elves is a lot like fighting the Viet Cong. You are going to be shot by people you can't see, develop a rational fear of trees, and then experience PTSD for the rest of your life. It's a dirty job, but someone has to do it, because they're dangerous. I mean, would you really trust your kids around this man? I didn't think so. We marched straight into their capital and began our siege. I deployed my army in no particular order, but still managed to crush the Wood Elves under the weight of 8,000 goblin spearmen. Oh, and we also did this to them. They really didn't like that. I would occupy the settlement, but it's just so goddamn disgusting I decided to leave and never come back. By this point, we collected 8 ingredients. A good start, but we still have a lot of work to do.
Okay, this is actually fun. What is this? Is this like their special faction thing? They get to like make soups? That's really cool. Yeah, it is. They're chefs. Grom's Cauldron. It's specific to that legendary. Oh, it's a Grom faction cauldron. Oh, interesting. That's actually really cool. Is it kind of like the Tomb King's like canoptic jars? You make things that give you items? Kind of? Grom specific mechanics since he's a hungry boy. It's his equivalent to the Bretonian vows and stuff. Oh, okay, kind of. That's cool.
Fortunately, a food merchant appeared on the map to help us out. There's a couple of ways to interact with the food merchant. For example, we can buy ingredients from her, rob her for money, or cook food for her in exchange for upgrades to our cauldron. I chose the last option. However, the food merchant speaks exclusively in some kind of goblin ebonics, which makes it just about impossible to decipher what the fuck she is actually saying. But we can deal with that later. We have more important things to tend to. A man we don't know explained he wants to kill us. Ikit is still paying us money to leave him alone. And the most French man to have ever lived declared war on us. It's around this time you will realize playing Grom the Paunch is effectively an exercise in resistance. The rest of the world is staging a violent intervention to prevent us from eating ourselves into a diabetic coma, and we must resist. To this effect, I hired a new commander, Gorebirds, and gave him an army. I put Gorebirds in charge of the neighborhood watch, which meant that roughly once every 5 turns, he would see Orion and subsequently beat him to death for trying to leave the Enchanted Forest. This worked very well, and it allowed Grom to plow northward, eventually.
You know what surprised me fighting Grom? Grom's a speedy boy. He's fast. Like, he's a zooming. Whatever trying to catch him, he's just a zooming out of there.
Defeating Luan in a series of battles that could only be described as unethical. By this point, we had effectively converted the French countryside into something vaguely resembling Canada, but there's still one issue: Quebec. I declared war on
Quebec. The French are so mad right now.
The undead and began ransacking their armies. I'd like to say it is very difficult to kill a ghost with a catapult. but not impossible. With most of Bretonia now thoroughly under our control, I decided to do two very important things. First, I researched a revolutionary artillery platform that allows me to dress my goblins up like cute little
Oh, those things are so annoying! The little goblin daredevil guys. The trebuchet goblins.
Readers, look at him. He thinks he's a bat.
He's
but
so
don't
happy.
get too attached, and definitely don't name them. Because they have pledged fealty to the Empire of the Rising Sun, and the next thing we're doing is launching them from a catapult as kamikaze dive bombers. Because after all, why bother buying explosives when you can be the explosive?
It's super
Apart from this,
effective.
I sent one of my armies out to explore the wonderful and enchanting ocean in search of delicious aquatic ingredients, and they were killed immediately by Somali pirates. This didn't upset me as much as it caused me to fly into a blind rage and immediately begin building the most immoral army.
I understand him so well. Me playing Super Smash Bros.
Possible in an effort to punish the world for my misfortune. 11 snotling pump wagons and 8 trebuchets, don't mind if I do. To be clear, I don't even want to play this army, because microing 11 cavalry units requires a level of attention that I am simply not capable of. You see, my brain is powered by a single Nigerian man running on a hamster wheel, and I fear that managing this army may in fact result in his death, but we'll never be able to achieve our dream of congestive heart failure if we aren't willing to make a few sacrifices, so let's continue. With our French enemies now lying in various stages of decomposition, I took a few turns to figure out our place in the world, which is apparently 22nd. That's right, we're not even on—
wait, there's strength ranks! Is Trebuchet where the bad stim peasants go? Oh, we could build a Trebuchet. We could build one. That is something we could do. Who would micro 14 different cavalry units? Surely not stim, right? That makes you want to have a brain aneurysm.
On the podium, but we can fix that with one simple trick. Another call to Wa. By literally doubling our standing military, we've gone from rank 22 to rank 3. This is troubling because it means there are 2 other factions.
I want to check my rank in Tomb Kings. I didn't know I could check my rank. I feel like I would be like number 1 after killing Scarbrand. Cycle charging 40 units of cavalry moment. That sounds like my nightmare. But also kind of fun.
That are more than twice as powerful as us. Regardless, I can't risk our food quest being jeopardized by a larger faction, so we have to become the larger faction, which means that some people need to die. If you recall, about 20 turns ago, the dwarves body-shamed Grom pretty viciously.
Hey, dickass! Leave some type 2 diabetes for the rest of us. What? I like how he replaces these.
And that shit doesn't fly around here, so we're going to go stab them to death with spears. I declared their capital city as the target of our Wa and began assembling my armies. I decided it might be beneficial to have a path into the Dwarven Mountains, and the only one available was through the Wood Elves. So I opted to kill Orion and take his fancy little treehouse. Unfortunately, this caused Findal to become scared, and he declared war on us, so we killed him, which resulted in Daith becoming frightened and declaring war on us. So we killed him too. But then Durthu got upset, so we had to kill him, which caused both Ellen and Eltharion to get upset, but unfortunately, we haven't researched intercontinental ballistic—
The biggest ICBM? What does that mean?
missiles, so we'll kill them later. By the end of it, I had personally slaughtered 10,079 people just to get to the dwarves. If I was a dwarf, I would be mildly concerned by that statistic. Helman Gorst certainly was, because he attempted to befriend me by donating 300 gold. Obviously, I accepted and then declared war on him immediately.
Okay, Reggie does the things that I'm scared to do in my game. This is why I love Reggie videos. He always does the thing that I want to do, but I'm too scared to do. Which is take their money, go be at peace with them, and then declare war and make everyone hate you. ICB is intercontinental ballistic missiles. Oh, Stim, you should just go crazy and do it. I should. After I beat Tomb Kings, I'm gonna have like a, what's the word? An evil run where I just make war on everybody.
After. It's not personal, Hellman. I just really need a test subject for the meme team. So I invaded his settlement. Honestly, the army is beautiful in a Francisco Goya kind of way. 11 squadrons of deranged mushroom enthusiasts being supported by 24 catapults. It's all I've ever wanted. The game plan is to entangle the pump wagons with the enemy forces
This is the Sims music. It has to be.
and cause a large-scale traffic jam in the middle of the map. Once that has been accomplished, the pump wagons will call in an artillery strike on their own position, thus obliterating everything in the process. Needless to say, this was very entertaining to witness.
Aw,
This
they're
is such a fucking
cute.
stupid army. And after 15 minutes of bulldozing zombies and pelting them with mini fridge-sized rocks, we had managed to kill 1,812 enemies. They had managed to kill 34, seemingly not at all demoralized by losing a battle with a casualty ratio of 53 to 1. Hellman kept attacking us. You'd think his original defeat would have taught him a lesson, but some people, they have to learn the same lesson over and over and over.
Me teaching the Stim peasants. I don't know what lesson I'm teaching you, but it takes a lot. It takes a lot of lessons. In most Total War games, not Warhammer 3 though, there is a This is Total War achievement where you have to immediately declare war on everyone you know and never make peace. I want to do that. If Stim doesn't know what she's teaching us, we know. No wonder we can't
Eventually,
learn.
we managed to send Hellman to the retirement home in the sky when Grom broke every bone in his body by hitting him with a car. That was a fun distraction. Now, back to the dwarves. With direct access to the Dwarven Mountains, I was able to send Gorebirds to Karak Izor and Karak Bufdar to claim them for my food empire. I even managed to find a new ingredient in the process. The main Dwarven army was actually located to the south at Maragliano, where they were busy harassing my Skaven submissive. I sent Gorebirds down there to sort things out. Their army actually looked a little intimidating because they have Apache attack helicopters, but unfortunately for them, we have people who are willing to destroy their helicopters by launching themselves headfirst into the propellers.
Oh my
After a little more
God!
careful diplomacy, we managed to defeat the dwarf
Careful
army. The loss of
diplomacy.
90% of their military and 3 of their largest cities caused them to drop from strength rank 15 to rank 103, and we went all the way up to rank 2. Very cool. While this was going on, I stumbled across another food merchant with a substantially less cryptic food request. She wants a pie. I can do that. The only issue is we don't really have any conventional pie ingredients, so we're going to have to push the theoretical boundaries on what exactly it means to be a pie. For example, is a severed foot submerged in a vial of semen a pie?
That's an item in the game? What? Why did he call it that? Oh, that's the Centigore milk. That's... Oh, it's that one.
Apparently it is, and she loved it. With that,
She loved it! Yeah, that's the Centigore milk that Sotek told me about. She loved it. Of course she did. Of course she did.
we have now unlocked a new ingredient slot, which will allow us to make more potent food going forward. For example, we can combine monster goo with troll meat and phoenix claws to produce the following. Grom gets 100 weapon damage and sundering attack.
The Magnum pizza? My god, it's a monstrosity.
Our goblins get a regeneration ability as well as flaming arrows, and our trolls get sexually transmitted diseases. That's pretty good. Now with 12 foods, I think it's time to conduct our ingredient hunt in a more deliberate manner. Each of the 13 remaining food items actually tells us how to get them. For example, to unlock harpy heads, we have to sack a dark elf settlement. That doesn't sound too hard, until you realize the closest dark elf settlement is across the fucking ocean. So at this point, the game turns into a scavenger hunt, but with substantially more violence. I figured the best approach to this would be to divide and conquer, so I've elected 3 generals to lead the expedition to the grocery store that is this world. First, we have Rachnik Spiderclaw. He's a unique lord that provides special buffs to spider-based units in his army. So I equipped him with a highly diverse army of goblins, goblins riding spiders, and goblins riding really big spiders that can also summon additional smaller spiders.
Ew!
Next, we have Gorebirds. I've specialized him into providing
Wow, okay, he's actually really cool. Gorebird's backslider. Is that like a dinosaur on his shoulder? That guy is really cool. More like Gorebird's backshotter? Wait a second. Wait a second.
fighting buffs for trolls and giants, so his army is composed mostly of totally normal and socially well-adjusted individuals. Then we have Oglok the Orrible, who is specialized in the use of weaponized pigs. Between these three geniuses, I feel very confident in our chances of tracking down the final ingredients. But first, I need to steal 30 seconds of your time to coerce you into developing a caffeine addiction.
Totally not me every morning drinking my coffee from the microwave.
Recently struck up a partnership with GamerSups, which is a company that sells delicious energy supplements and 100% socially acceptable receptacles to put them in. In fact, just
Nice
last
pause.
week, I went to an ultra-orthodox bar mitzvah with a shaker cup full of titty milk. Everyone there was clearly jealous because they couldn't stop asking me questions such as, "Who are you?" and "How did you get in here?" This level of popularity could be yours if only you are brave enough to wield a waifu cup to your next family gathering. If this interests you, I encourage you to visit the link on screen or in the pinned comment and use code REGGIE for 10% off.
Reggie
Thank you,
GamerSups.
GamerSups. Now, let's get back to the video. While I was recruiting the units for my new army, I decided to start the scavenger hunt with Grom and Gorebirds. The first and easiest ingredient to find was goldfish. All I had to do was sack an Empire settlement. No problem. In fact, the Empire is really struggling this game. Somehow they've become loosely subjugated by Vlad von Karstein, who is strength rank 4. This presented me with a unique dilemma. Our previous wars have been successful, and they awarded me with a big trophy, but not the biggest trophy. That
The biggest bonies? Is that what it's called? The biggest bonies. I want the biggest bonies.
could only be attained by defeating a top 10 enemy, such as Vlad von Karstein. I didn't need to declare war on him, but in a much more real way, I really wanted to. So in an act of wanton gluttony, I created a new war targeting Vlad's capital city, and over the next 20 turns, Grom and Gorebirds carved their way through the undead region. Vlad himself was an unkillable monstrosity who could best be described as a bipedal euthanasia factory. Fortunately for us, he suffers from a crippling
Oh my god! A bipedal euthanasia factory. That's crazy.
degree of
Jesus.
separation anxiety, and if you kill all of his friends, he will literally disintegrate. Once we worked out that critical flaw, Grom was able to fight his way to Castle Drakenhof, which he claimed through the use of really big ladders and lots of violence. By this point, the war had geographically bisected the undead faction. As you can imagine, this was not good for the economy. In fact, the only units Vlad could afford to recruit were level 1 zombies. That being said, he could afford a lot of level 1 zombies. I know this because the next thing he did was attack me with 5,017 of them. I would spend 20
Oh my god, 5,000! Holy! It's an actual horde army.
minutes slowly chopping my way through thousands of undead, only to be greeted by enemy reinforcements have arrived,
Oh
and the
my
sight of
God.
thousands more on the horizon. There's something vaguely traumatic about fighting an enemy that, despite being flattened, perforated, and impaled, just keeps on coming. The only good thing about having to kill 5,000 people is that once you're done, apparently you get $17,000.
Holy!
Anyway, with this victory, the vampires were relegated to geopolitical obscurity, and I can now sleep at night because I have the biggest trophy. By this point, my recruiting was complete, so I decided to send Rachnik and Oglok to the far corners of the map to collect a few ingredients. Oglok would go to the jungles of the southeast to find lizard legs, winged leather, and centaur milk. Rachnik, on the other
course.
hand, would be exploring the ocean in
You can't forget the centaur milk. You have to come back with the centaur milk. It's crucial.
search of hard-shell crab, pufferfish, and harpy heads. Rachnik sailed successfully across the ocean, eventually arriving in Lustria, where we sacked a pirate settlement to receive hard-shell crab. I attempted to kill Luther Harkon for additional ingredients, but quickly realized
Is that what my dad left to buy? There's a good chance your dad left to acquire the centaur milk. I hate to be the one to tell you this, Cracktopus, but it's a real problem.
that an army of funny green men on spiders was no match for an army of cannons. 5 turns later, Rachnik had been resurrected, and now with a slightly more responsible build, we sailed up the coast to the Dark Elves and absolutely obliterated one of their settlements to gain harpy heads. I thought it would be kind of awkward to try and explain that
Whoa! Who has the Hydra? What army gets this Hydra? That looks so cool. Dark Elves? Oh man, Dark Elves are so like emo and metal. That's cool.
that I burnt their city to the ground for some sandwich meat, so instead, I pretended to be a warmongering maniac. After defeating one of their armies, we also acquired Dragon Tail. This is objectively the best...
Did he just say Dragon Tail? I'm just gonna head out, nobody tell him. Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him.
Ingredient if you are not just trying to defeat your enemies, but also psychologically destroy them, because Dragon Tail makes all of your goblins fire explosive ammunition. Of course, this is perfectly balanced and not at all unfair when you have 12 stacks of archers. Apart from this, we also—
I make things explode! Dragon Tail makes things explode in game? What? That is so on brand, it's hilarious! I make things go boom! I love explosives, hell yeah, brother!
Found the Sword of Cain. Apparently it's an immensely powerful weapon that slowly drives its wielder insane. So obviously, I had to have it. Following this, Rachnik returned to the Maelstrom to exact his revenge upon the pirates. After a little bit of this, and a lot of that, he had his last ingredient. Pufferfish. While this was going on, I stumbled upon a hilariously awful dwarf army composed—
Your tail is so chonk, it'll probably nuke everything. It's true.
Composed entirely of rock miners. I thought it would be kind of ironic to kill them with rocks. So I did. Say whatever you want about me, but I will literally kill 900 midgets for even the smallest amount of observational humor. But that's beside the point. Let's see how Oglok is doing. You might think Rachnik had it hard being shot to death with cannons at the start of his food quest, but Oglok had it even worse. Within the first 5 turns of him being alive, he was attacked by ogres, contracted the plague, and the hospital he was recovering—
No, not the plague! Not the plague! No! I have PTSD from the plague. The plague plagues me. I've had it for like 40 turns. No plague!
In was hit by several rocket barrages from ultra-nationalist humans. This resulted in the immediate death of about half of his army. After recovering, I sent him south to harvest ingredients from the lizard men, which was when this happened. Yeah, that's really not good. The Black Pyramid of
Oh my god! How many? Wait, how many war sphinxes did he have?
humans. This resulted in the immediate death of about half of his army. After recovering, I sent him south to harvest ingredients from the lizard men, which was when this happened. Yeah, that—
Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Nagash has 9 war sphinxes? That's crazy. Endgame crisis? That could be you one day? That can be me one day! Kemrian war sphinxes. Hell yeah. I guess that's not Kemri if it's Nagash, but hell yeah. Wait, that's 8? Either way, I want that. That's gonna be me one day. Such is the power of Nagash. Setra can get that too, right? Setra could get enough if I up my capacity.
That's really not good. The Black Pyramid of Nagash has awakened, spawning 9 late-game armies that are hostile to everything, and especially to Oglok, who just happens to be like 50 feet away. But that's when I realized something.
Oh, no.
To unlock the milk ingredient, we have to kill a creature with 6 limbs. These Necrosphinx have 6 limbs. That's right, boys. We're gonna milk a Necrosphinx. I don't physically know how, but I do know we'll be needing some help. So I captured a settlement in the region and
Why are we milking everything in this game?
2 new armies, led by Blood
No one is safe from the milking.
Okay, we're just gonna call him Gorf. Anyway, the boys ambushed one of the skeleton armies, and after encircling it, we managed to milk the Necrosphinx. That is definitely not a euphemism for group masturbation. This was technically a success, but we had to use 5,500 people to do it, so I was still pretty frightened. I opted to ignore the end of the world, and instead focus on attacking the lizard men. We needed to kill their Stegodon for lizard legs, and their pterodactyls for leather. This would normally be difficult if we didn't have 9 stacks of black orcs, which are the objective best counter to every unit in the game. Following this victory, we now have 23 out of 25 ingredients. All that's left is tentacles and lion meat. For the tentacles, we have to sack a Norscan settlement. Vikings, meet 12 catapults. Wow, they get along so well. For the final ingredient, we just need to defeat an army
Aw, they're playing so nice together.
containing lions. The best I could find was this high elf doom stack, so I drove Grom into it head first. The battle was actually fairly challenging, mostly because we were outnumbered and my AI reinforcements decided to deploy their army backwards, sprint into the woods, and die. Fortunately, by this point, Grom had so many layers of protective fat that he was functionally invincible, and we managed to eke out a victory. Hundreds of thousands had to die, but we have finally completed our grocery list. All that's left now is to cook every possible dish and feed them to Grom. The only issue is, for some reason, Goblin cuisine requires large quantities of scrap metal, and we have spent most of ours on upgrading our units, so we need to do a little farming. Luckily, raiding enemy territory produces scrap, so I took 3 of my armies and sent them.
Oh my god, his armies have dragons as their mount? That is so cool. What the heck? Wyverns? Oh, that's very cool.
Them to raid Volkmar the Grim because he's kind of an uppity asshole.
I would lay down my life if it would rid the world of you and your kind.
True. He is kind of an uppity asshole. Remember when he declared war on me, too? On me? On me? Just for being a skeleton boy!
Okay.
Every single turn, we were stealing 125% of his city's entire GDP, resulting in the kind of economic devastation that is only ever theorized in textbooks. Anyway, I've got my scrap, and I spent the next 8 turns feeding Grom the most bizarre food combinations I could come up with, and by the end of it, he was officially bloated and unstoppable. It's a happy ending for everyone.
He's so
unless your name is
huge.
Vlad von Karstein, Heinrich Kemmler, Daith Durthu, Findal Orion, Count Noctilus, Luther Harkon, Karl Franz, Belgro Ironhammer, Tic-Tac-Toe, the Black Pyramid of Nagash, Marat,
Tic-tac-toe.
Scrag the Slaughterer, Throg Eltharion, or anyone even remotely French. I want to thank this month's patrons for making these videos possible, and finally, thank you for watching.
Yay, Reggie video! That mukbang was worth it. That was great. I have a little bit of PTSD watching Grom slaughter the Bretonnians, though, considering that's gonna be me tomorrow. That's gonna be me tomorrow! I'm scared! How do I defeat him? He keeps defeating me! He keeps slurping them Enchantress toes! You should ask Sotek about Tic-Tac-Toe. Man, I just kind of want to have like a 12-hour Total War stream and beat Tomb King's campaign. You can't just say that. I can say whatever I want. When will we milk a Necrosphinx on stream? I don't know if that's possible. I don't know. I don't know about that one, chat. I don't know. I actually don't know when to end my campaign. Is it just whenever I want to? I guess, because I don't know what my end game is going to be. When you want to do something else? I'm having fun because with Cetra, I'm getting my big stompies now. There's a long campaign victory goal. I don't want to like play it for 10 years. You can have a look at victory conditions, the short, long, and domination. I'll look at short campaign victory goals then. I'm having fun, a lot of fun right now because I'm finally unlocking my high level units. And it's really fun to have like bone giants. Bone storm. It's really fun to do that. Whenever you want, I usually go short campaign victory and then check if I want to do anything more. I probably will end it when the new DLC comes out because I want to play the Slanesh champion. Bone Giant Doomstack is fun. What is a Doomstack? Oh, it's gonna be a while then? Oh, is it gonna be a while? I thought it was coming out this winter. Yeah, the Slanesh's crazy girlfriend who wants to kill her husband. It's just a lot of single type units. Oh. Oh! Doomstack usually refers to an army of just one kind of units. A Doomstack is an army full of powerful units. A Doomstack is when you build an army completely of extremely strong units. Oh, I see. I didn't know what a Doomstack was. I've heard it a lot. So I could do like a Doomstack of bone giants or war sphinxes or scorpions. It's a type of cheese that ruins fun if you do it too much. You will nuke your economy, but yes. Okay, let's watch Admiral Yi now. I promised it. We're doing it. Duologs said this was a really good video, so yell at Duologs if it's not. Scorpions are super strong and you get the most of them, so yeah, totally viable. By the time you can build one, you've won the game, so I think they're fun. Wait, we're listening to Duologs now? Not usually, but Extra History I've heard is really cool channel, so I wanted to check them out anyways. And then he recommended the Admiral Yi video because apparently he's a badass. So we're gonna watch this badass admiral. This is a good one, but beware there are like 5 parts though. We'll see how long we get. I think the parts are pretty short, so we'll see. This is Extra History. Korea. Admiral Yi, Keep Beating the Drum, Part 1. So we're gonna learn about Admiral Yi. I'm going down a history. I can't really call it a history deep dive. I'm literally just learning history because I don't know history. So this is the next channel I've learned about. Extra History is really good. Yeah, we're gonna watch Extra History today. I don't know anything about Korea's history, or I don't even know who Admiral Yi is. So I used to use Extra History in my classroom. The students loved it. Really? Okay, cool. Well, let's learn today, chat. Movie time! Oh. That looks bad. Cute. He's probably just sleeping. He's fine. He's fine.
The year is 1572, 26 years earlier. A 28-year-old man rides across an open plain. A group of
Uma Musume is in this. Okay, sorry. I'm locked in. I'm locked in.
military men stand quietly, observing. His horse stumbles. He's thrown. At first, everybody watching thinks he's dead. His leg is horribly bent, broken. But after a moment, he gets up, dragging one leg behind him, and pulls himself to a willow tree. He binds his leg with its branches, remounts his horse, and finishes the military examination.
Holy.
He fails the exam anyway, but 4 years later he'll be back. He'll pass, and so will begin the career of one of the most glorious admirals of all time. It's strange that this man even decided to join the military. Korea had known 200 years of relative peace, threatened only by the occasional raids from the Jurchen tribes on the northern border and pirate crews plying the nearby sea. The military was not a highly respected career choice for a man of noble birth. Taking the civil service exams and joining the ranks of the Confucian court was a much better way to achieve power and success. And yet this man, Yi Sun-shin, though he was schooled in the Confucian texts, had dreamed of being a soldier since he was a little boy.
Okay. This is during the age of Confucianism? Okay.
And so at last, when he had passed the military exam, he was appointed to a desolate fort along the northern border. While most of the border forts were pits of corruption, seen simply as a place to dump individuals who had fallen out of favor with the court, Yi drilled his men rigorously and refortified his post, bringing it up to true readiness in case of an attack. One day, the provincial governor came by to inspect the post. This was a man all of the fort commanders dreaded, known for his harsh punishments and brutal discipline. But when he came to Yi, he simply said, well done, and moved on.
Oh, damn, he got a well done? You know you're good. You know you're good when the guy gives him a well done. That's crazy. You know you're good when.
Shortly thereafter, Yi was moved back to Seoul, a sign of growing favor, and he was given a post at the military academy there, training new recruits. He was by all accounts rigorous, diligent, and incorruptible. And this was exactly the problem. At this time, the
This was the problem. He was incorruptible.
military academy was actually a tool for younger noble sons to jump up the ranks quickly, and for courtiers to channel their favorite people into the cushiest assignments. And Yi was not cooperating. So, after a short stay in
Yi's like a real paladin. Too base for the court.
Seoul, he was booted back to a provincial assignment. By July, though, he had secured a position running a naval garrison and was rapidly rising up the ranks again. But here, too, he was schemed against by corrupt officials. Many attempts were made to have Yi removed, but each one he parried expertly until, one day, one of his previous superiors from the military academy, one who Yi had rebuked for corruption, was called to his province to do an inspection. Seeing an opportunity for revenge, the inspector wrote a report castigating Yi, saying he was completely negligent. When the report got to Seoul, Yi found himself dismissed from the military entirely. 4 months later, though, he was vindicated. Found innocent of the charges against him, he was returned to service, but
Not the Google Docky! No, not the Google Docky! Oh wait, just kidding, it's fine.
demoted to the lowest possible officer grade. He might have languished at this menial post, but at last his diligence was finally rewarded when he was brought back to meaningful duty by none other than one of his former rivals. One of the fleet commanders who Yi had served under while maintaining the naval garrison had been transferred to the northern frontier, and knowing that he'd need good, capable officers, he requested Yi be sent with him. Soon, though, it became clear that Yi was needed to garrison a fort on the Tumen River, which was one of the demarcation lines between Jurchen and Korean territory. Jurchen raiders roamed far south of the Korean border, looting and pillaging at will. Raids had nearly overrun the nearby frontier province, and so Yi took up the post. He drilled his troops until they were in top shape, and knowing that simply shoring up the defenses wouldn't be enough,
I like how his rival asks for him to help him out when he actually needs somebody good to fight with him. But like screws him over the whole time until he actually needs help. And he's like, actually, you know what? I know we screwed this Yi guy over, but let's get him back. Let's get him back here. Because I'm a scared little baby.
laid his troops out for an ambush, and then lured the raiders into Korean territory. He fell on them with a ferocity and a swiftness they had never seen in Korea. Within hours, the tribes were smashed, and their power shattered.
Wow.
They would never again be such a threat to the province. But here too, Yi was stymied by a jealous superior, and while the court was jubilant about his success, the official record reads, although the court recognized Yi Sun-shin's meritorious service to the king, it nevertheless decided against awarding him a prize.
What? What kind of bullshit is that? We recognize you are the best of the best, but we kind of don't like you, so no prize for you. He has so many haters! Man, this is like triggering. You are really cool and good at what you do, and we hate you for it. Blah.
Shortly after this, Yi's father died, and being deeply rooted in Confucian ideals, Yi retired home for 3 years in accordance with the traditional mourning period. When he at last returned to service, he was put in charge of transportation for the court, but a mere 16 days later, it was decided that Yi was needed too badly at the border, and once again, he was sent north. He was to man a small...
It's so annoying. They're like, yeah, office politics are out to get him, but as soon as they need someone to get it done, as soon as they need someone to get shit done, they call him back, because he's so good. Ugh, so annoying. Seeing you check out one of the goats of Korean history is cool. Thanks. I don't know Korean history, so something new today. We welcome you to the council, but do not give you a rank of master. Yeah.
Island fortress. Undermanned, crumbling, beyond disrepair, he once again drilled its garrison, shored up its defenses, and week after week sent out a request to the district commander for reinforcements. Then, one morning, as the mists rolled in and most of the men were out harvesting rice because the military was in such a state that men on the border had to harvest their own food,
Wow.
the Jurchen attacked, pouring out of the mist on horseback. Yi Sun-shin only had a dozen men to defend with.
Only a dozen? Whoa! I didn't realize that was that little. No wonder he wanted reinforcements.
He and his handful of soldiers fought desperately, cutting their way to one group of captives and escaping with 50 people the Jurchen would have taken prisoner. But by this time, you know the story. In order to avoid blame, Yi's superior, a man named Yi Il, blamed the entire defeat on Yi Sun-shin. He had him brought back to the capital, tortured, and put on trial in an attempt to have him condemned, so
they tortured this man! What the?
That Yi Il could avoid any of the blame. But Yi Sun-shin did not crack under torture, and when it came time to take the stand, he said this to Yi Il. "My lord, you are asking me to assume the whole responsibility for the misfortune. But you are wrong. May I remind you that you have always refused my frequent request for reinforcement. The defeat was not a result of my negligence of duty, but in large part, your fault. Therefore, it is not I, but you, who should be held responsible for the defeat." The court was stunned. Many of them knew of Yi's record and were inclined to believe him, so in the end, he was allowed to live, but he was stripped of his rank again and returned to the army as a common enlisted man, starting over at the very bottom.
This is the second time he's started over. Damn.
If he'd never taken the military examinations. He was once again placed on the northern border and asked to fight the invading tribes, and once again he did so with distinction, until finally in 1588 he asked that he be allowed to retire. But storm clouds were gathering over Korea, and some, especially his longtime friend, a man named Ryu Sung-young, recognized that soon the country would have need of good military men. While Yi had struggled through his career in the military, Ryu, his childhood compatriot, who had been his companion in games of war, had risen to be Prime Minister of Korea.
What?
It was actually through Ryu's influence, and because of his subtle aid, that Yi had time and again survived the machinations held against him.
Holy.
Now, Ryu planned to see that Yi...
Well, that's lucky. His best friend from childhood is the Prime Minister. Okay, that's kind of lucky, I guess.
would take his rightful place for the war he feared was coming. On the next episode of Extra History, remember how in the Sengoku Jidai episodes we talked about that messy Japanese invasion of Korea? Well, that's about to happen. Join us as Yi and Ryu take on the Japanese forces, as we delve into the differences in government, technology, and arms between these two nations, and as we explore the first few disastrous weeks of this war.
That's crazy. How did he not give up? Like, this is only part 1 out of, like, part 6 or 7? Man's already lived such a life where he's been backstabbed over and over and over again. Started from the bottom. Now we're here. Started from the bottom. Restarted. And then his friend becomes emperor, prime minister, and is like, okay, we need you again for the, what, 3rd or 4th time. I would have been like, fuck y'all. Now the real story starts? That's crazy. Part 2. Meanwhile, here I am starting at the bottom and staying there. Wow. That man, yeah, that man's got grit and determination to keep going after all the stuff he's been through. He was literally tortured! The story is highly embellished in accordance with the Confucian beliefs at the time, so a decent amount of this is probably not entirely true, especially the early part of his career. It's hard to verify. I feel like you have to take all, maybe not all, but a lot of historical records with a grain of salt, because unless there's enough documentation, it's probably not exactly accurate, or it's written, what's the word I'm thinking of? With a bias. History is decided by the victor. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. It is written by the victors to portray them how they want to be portrayed, and portray the events how they want the events to be portrayed. For the most part. Okay, this is part 2. What a cute opening.
At last, we've passed the phase of Yi's life where his every effort is thwarted by the machinations of corrupt officials and jealous superiors.
I am inclined to believe that there was a lot of jealous superiors and there was a lot of corrupt officials, though. Like, yeah, that does seem right. That does seem like politics. Especially if Korea was really corrupt at the time, like some of you were saying.
Finally, we can begin the story that sees Yi rise to be the national hero of Korea. But first, we have to talk about the two contrasting states that are about to meet in bloody battle.
Korea and
If you
Japan.
watched the Sengoku Jidai episodes, you'll remember that.
But not the stimdom, right? Yeah. Not the stimdom. Nope.
Japan had just come out of 100 years of ceaseless war. Their entire society was built off of a martial hierarchy, where the most glorious thing a man could do was fight. Japan had fielded giant armies and had an economy devoted to war. They had hundreds of thousands of veteran soldiers, and they had seasoned generals, battle-hardened from years of campaigning.
Samurai.
And now, for the first time ever, all those forces were unified under one man, Toyotomi Hideyoshi. The Korean state had, by contrast, been mostly at peace for 200 years. The state itself was a Confucian bureaucracy, which should have meant that it was an enlightened meritocracy, but in truth, the Korean government was rotten to its core.
Casson, thank you for the gifted sub to corruption. Oh, man.
Full of factional infighting and led by a king who perhaps might have been a great leader in times of peace, but was utterly unsuited for a state of war.
Coward!
In terms of military thinking, the Japanese had spent years perfecting the art of war. The daimyos had become early adopters of the arquebus and had rapidly innovated on firearm manufacturing and tactics. They had created movable field works to protect
Oh my god! What? Holy.
their gunners, coordinated the use of spears and arquebusiers, drilled the men to release large, simultaneous volleys to break up a charge, and trained them to wait to fire until they were within an effective range. They were such enthusiastic adopters of the arquebus that when the Japanese eventually arrived on Korean shores, about a quarter of their total force would be armed with this fearsome weapon. The Japanese had also become masters of the siege after so many decades of having to topple the highly wrought, master-crafted Japanese.
I didn't know that samurais loved guns. What? I didn't know that. I missed a whole chapter in history. Cannons in Far East Asia were a thing at this time? Whoa!
Castles of the Sengoku Age. The Koreans, on the other hand, had largely ignored the introduction of personal firearms and still relied mainly on the bow. But because the bow is a weapon that requires a great deal of training, and the Korean military was in a dissipated state, the actual number of effective troops they could field with this weapon was now very limited. The lists of who they could call to military service were all out of date, and so the initial mustering of forces would lag behind, and Korean defensive works were mostly just simple stone walls atop hills or mountains. But the Koreans did have two advantages. Since the war that had been burning through Japan for the last 100 years was a civil war, and thus mostly land-based, Japan hadn't built up its navy nearly as much as their other armed forces.
Oh, yeah.
Additionally, while Japan produced vastly superior handguns, the Koreans had developed better naval cannon. And this all makes sense when you think about what both of these forces were used to facing. Japanese forces were used to fighting large, organized land armies, and so they'd focused on developing the weapons and techniques required to counter them. Whereas Korea had mostly dealt with pirates and raiders, so they'd built cannon to help defend their coast, and they'd built simple hill forts so that
It's like a cardboard box. Okay.
when raiders
Because, like, Japan was infighting mostly. Yeah. I think. The samurai learned to appreciate guns through two things: Oda Nobunaga and Buddhist warrior monks. I don't know who Oda Nobunaga is.
showed up, the people could hide in the forts and simply wait for the raiders to go away. They didn't need complex structures because the enemy Korea usually faced wasn't an enemy bent on conquest. But that was about to change. Between 1587 and 1592, emissaries raced back and forth between Japan and Korea. Hideyoshi wanted the Koreans to just let him march his armies through their lands in order to attack his intended target, China. But besides the fact that letting giant foreign armies march across your country is generally a bad idea, the Koreans also happened to be tributary allies of the Chinese with strong cultural and economic ties, so letting this army march through uncontested was out of the question.
Hey, we're just gonna scooch by you here. I don't know why I made them Canadian. I'm just gonna scooch by you here. Don't don't worry about it. We're not gonna attack your allies or anything. We're just yeah, if you could just let me get by. if you know about Yasuke Nobunaga is the guy he worked for. Yeah, sorry about this, eh? We're off to kill your friends. Mind if we come through? We won't be in your hair for too long, eh?
This whole thing seemed like madness to them. The idea that the Japanese would even ask for such a thing was unfathomable to many in court. At first, they assumed the request must be a bluff, maybe a negotiating tactic that would eventually end in the Japanese asking for trade concessions or tribute or something. But Ryu Song-yong saw further, to what was really about to go down. And so he got Yi a naval appointment in the southwestern part of Korea and helped to make sure that he rose rapidly through the ranks, becoming the naval commander for the...
That's a smart prime minister. If I guess they were friends though, so that makes sense. But wasn't this right when Yi was like, please, I want to retire. I've lived a hard life. I'm ready to retire. Please, just sign this retirement notice and I will live a life of peace. I was one day from retirement.
the province by 1591. This is where Yi's story really begins. Upon taking command, Yi saw the dire straits the Navy was in and knew he had little time. He began drilling his men and instilling in them the spirit they needed for the war to come. He commissioned a new type of ship, the famous turtle ship, which he helped design. It was a remarkable piece of naval technology.
Spiky ships? I've never seen this before. That's crazy. Is that metal spikes on the top of it? Armored ships. And so people don't jump on them. They're so cool. They help prevent boarding actions. Yeah, that would be kind of hard to board a ship with metal spikes on the top of it.
With a spiked roof to keep enemy boarding parties out, and a dragon head prow that could serve as a cannon or billow out noxious smoke.
What?
But even before the first of these ships could see active...
It's functional? The dragon head is functional? That is so cool. What the heck? Oh my god, can you imagine that thing coming at you? That's really cool.
Service, it happened. Sentries all across the southeast coast began to spot ships coming over the horizon. Then tens of ships. Then hundreds. This massive fleet flew no sails known to Korean arms. Fires were lit and word was spread. The Japanese were coming. But the local commanders...
I want a boat with Stim's face on the front. I want that for the Stimdom. That's so funny.
Refused to believe what they were seeing. They suggested that maybe it was a trade fleet, or maybe even a large tribute mission from the Japanese to apologize for how rude their ambassadors had been. And so, the local commanders did nothing. The approaching ships began to dock at Busan. Soldiers, fully armored and prepared for war, began to disembark from the ships, and still the local commanders did nothing. By nightfall, 300 ships full of warriors had landed.
300.
A Japanese army was now in Korea.
Instead of flame, it just yaps the enemies to death. So in my dream, it was like, and then this happened, and then I was like, and then you know when that happens, and then it's kind of like when you wake up from a dream, and then make it stop.
Finally, the commanders realized what had just happened, but by now it was far too late. With well over 100 heavy Korean ships of war at the ready, they had just sat and watched this happen without even moving a single one of those ships out to scout the fleet. If they had, they would have found out that this was a Japanese commander acting against orders. Eager to be the first to Korea, he had sailed his fleet before their warship arrived. Turns out nearly all of those hundreds of ships were unarmed transports.
Oh.
No match for the Korean Navy, which still sat anchored at port doing nothing. The Japanese force moved like lightning, smashing army after army, crushing all in their way. Within the month, the Japanese were already in Seoul, 200 miles inland. Korean resistance had collapsed.
Oh boy.
And as the Japanese had pushed inland and moved out of Busan, the local commanders had scuttled their fleets. 100 Korean warships lost without a fight. But Busan's local commanders had sent word to Yi, asking for his help. So Yi set out with all 24 ships under his command, writing to other local commanders and telling them to rendezvous with him at sea. He left under cover of darkness and sailed through the night so his movements wouldn't be observed. By the time the various fleets met, they'd scraped together 45 warships and a handful of commandeered fishing ships. But Yi, despite never having commanded a battle at sea before, had a plan. He would fall on the Japanese while they were in harbor during the chaos of a sack. He found 50 of their vessels tied up.
I mean, yeah, that makes sense. If they're docked their sack in the place, might as well burn their ships down. That makes sense.
At Okpo and descended upon them. The Japanese were mostly away from their ships at the time, looting and slaughtering the population. The roar of cannon alerted them to their mistake. Yi and his fleet tore through the enemy ships,
Nice.
salvo after salvo ripping into the light wood of the Japanese vessels. The Japanese tried
Thank you for your insight, General Stiff. I mean, it makes sense, right? That's what you would do.
to mount a defense, but to no avail. Soon, their men were throwing their weapons and armor overboard and trying to swim for the shore.
Oh.
By nightfall, 26 Japanese ships rested at the bottom of the harbor. Only one Korean sailor was injured.
What?
He decided to disappear back into open water before his forces fell into the same trap he'd just sprung on his enemy. But as they sailed, one of his outlying ships spotted 5 more Japanese warships. Yi fell upon them with a vengeance. Only one managed to escape. Then new reports came in of 13 more ships
What a badass.
near Chinhae. When the sailors on those ships saw Yi, they abandoned their vessels entirely and fled on foot into the mountains. 43 Japanese ships sunk, and Yi had not lost a single vessel.
Wow.
He was promoted to General Command of the Southern Navy for his actions, but the sight of Japanese slaughtering civilians would stick with him forever, and harden his resolve to defend the people of Korea. Join us next time as everyone else in Korea keeps losing, and Admiral Yi keeps winning.
Oh, this is the Admiral Yi arc. This is his comeuppance. He's finally getting his good karma back. Okay, part 3. The one competent person. Took a while, but he is hitting his prime. Good thing he didn't retire, hey?
The king had fled from Seoul. The court was making the arduous trek to Pyongyang. Half of Korea was already in Japanese hands. Yi Il, the very same man who had once tried to pass his negligence off to Yi Sun-shin, was the commander of the Korean army.
Of course he was! Why do bad people always get rewarded? Like, hopefully, he gets his in this. But of course, bad, mean, backstabbing, cowardly people always get stuff. They always get stuff. It's so annoying. Because he was noble. Because lying is super OP. Because lying is super OP strat. Get this, get this. We just lie. We just lie. No one's gonna know. No one's gonna know. Isn't comeuppance the reverse? I don't know. But it's very annoying. Politicians are always the same. Source, trust me, bro. This guy sucks. Source, trust me, bro. I literally have no proof. Actually, I have proof that he doesn't suck and he's great at his job. But trust me, bro, he sucks. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. He's noble. He okay.
His forces were routed in battle after battle. Essential fortifications and choke points were abandoned, surrendered with barely a fight. Then, in the Battle of Cheongju, the regular Korean forces, under the command of a man named Shin Rip, were annihilated. This is the moment that forces the king to abandon his capital. This is the moment that leads many to fear that Korea as a nation may not survive. But on the very same day that the king fled from his seat, Admiral Yi was destroying the Japanese fleet in Okpo Harbor. Hope for the nation lived in a handful of ships plying the coast. For 3 weeks after Okpo, Yi gathered charts, scouted out the enemy fleet, and waited for his secret weapon, the turtle ship, to arrive. Then his spies reported to him that the Japanese were anchored at
His spies! They have spies? Oh my god! Admiral Yi had spies? Cool.
This was too near his personal headquarters for comfort, so it was time he tested out the turtle ship. It was time he drove them off. But when his tiny fleet of 26 ships arrived...
Spies have always been a thing? Everyone had at least some spies? Spies to me are so, like... I don't know. Part of it feels like it's, like, not real because it's, like, shrouded in mystery. I know, like, spies are real still. Like, they must have spies. But it's such like a fantasy kind of thing that to think that like spies are a real profession. Like, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a spy. I'm a master of espionage. Spies are romantic. Yeah, it kind of is like a weird like mystical thing, you know? Like, I can't imagine that there's spies like in this day and age. But there is, obviously. It's just such a weird concept. Spies are part of why lying is OP. It's been that way forever. That's true.
Arrived outside Sachin, he saw that the Japanese arquebusiers had taken up positions along the cliffs above the harbor. If he were to attack, they could pour down fire on his ships. He pondered this for a moment. Then he sent a small detachment to sail within sight of the Japanese fleet. Once they were sure the Japanese had spotted them, they turned and fled. And the Japanese gave chase.
Baiting them.
But the retreat was feigned. As soon as the Japanese fleet entered open water, Yi fell upon them with his entire force. His turtle ship plowed into the middle of the Japanese armada. Cannon fire rang out from all sides. Ships splintered.
Imagine being the Japanese and seeing your first turtle ship. Like, what in the hell is that thing? What? Spies weren't really as secret mission-y. It's more like leakers. They're just leaking to their employer or bribers. That's true. I guess, yeah, that's true. It just seems so, like, I don't know. It just seems so mystical to me. Why does it have a green dragon lady on the front?
Stirred and burned in the setting sun. The Japanese tried to close in, but they couldn't manage to board the covered turtle ship. With the Korean warships surrounding them and the turtle ship in their midst, the Japanese fought a hopeless battle until all 13 of the ships that had pursued the Koreans to open water were at the bottom of the sea. Not a single Korean vessel was lost.
Wow.
After the battle, as his commanders gathered for a debriefing, Yi loosed his coat, pulled out a sword, and dug out a bullet that had lodged in his shoulder. His sub-commanders were amazed. To maintain morale, Yi had let no one know that he'd been injured in the fight. But as they all sat dumped...
Damn, this guy's aura farming. What? I mean, if my admiral dug a bullet out of his shoulder in front of me and was like, no big deal, I would be like, yeah, okay, I'll do anything for you. Yeah, okay, that works. That would be great for morale. That's crazy.
Dumbfounded, Yi simply began to brief them on what to do in case of a counterattack. The next day, local fishermen reported to Yi that the Japanese were anchored at Dangpo and that their men were sacking the city. Yi ordered his fleet to move with all haste. He would not let another Japanese slaughter go unanswered. When they reached the harbor city of Dangpo, he once again smashed through the enemy line with his turtle ship, positioned it right next to the enemy flagship, and buried shot after shot in its side. With his turtle ship in their midst, the enemy couldn't maneuver, and because the turtle ship had heavy guns on all sides, it couldn't be flanked. It simply loosed salvo after salvo at everything around it. And while the turtle ship caused chaos, the rest of the Korean ships surrounded the Japanese and trapped them in the harbor. At the height of the battle, one of Yi Sun-shin's sub-commanders, Kwon-jun, stood upon the deck of his vessel, drew his bow, and loosed an arrow at the enemy admiral. The shot found its mark. 2 of his men then leapt upon the enemy flagship and cut off the Japanese admiral's head. Seeing their commander's head held aloft, the Japanese were thrown into a panic. Command broke down, and in the chaos, Yi's ships sank the Japanese vessels one by one. As night fell...
Holy shit! Oh my god! That's metal! What the heck? I mean, I guess that's one way of asserting your dominance. Damn!
And the Koreans withdrew. Not a single Japanese ship remained. 2 days later, another Korean fleet, a fleet that was supposed to have joined them before any of this began but ran behind, finally rendezvoused with Yi, bringing his squadron up to 51 ships in total. With this larger force, he began to chase down rumors of another anchored Japanese fleet sacking a Korean town. The rumor turned out to be true, and again, Yi pounced upon the Japanese while they were disorganized, plundering a town. Again, Yi sent his turtle ship into their midst, and again, he used a feigned retreat to lure them out into open water, although this time he did it to keep the Japanese from fleeing to shore if they were defeated. Again, they followed, and again...
The Japanese gotta stop following these turtle ships! Like, how many times? How many times they're gonna be like, yes, get them! Get those turtle ships! Oh no! There's more! Like, how many are they gonna do this? What? Who could have seen this coming? There's more. They did not have naval tactics. I don't got naval tactics, and even I know not to keep following the same ships to my death each time. Not like they had communication. Oh wait, that's true. How did they communicate on ships? I never thought of that. Wait, how did they communicate to the other ships? With flags? Messengers? Flags? Yeah, I know pirates had flags. There's just one guy waving a flag saying, "Don't follow them! No! Stop! Don't! No, look at this flag! I said stop!" Oh, damn. Sim, if there were no survivors from previous battles, who could have told them about the Korean attacks? I mean, that's true. I guess I just thought word would have spread. Huh, wonder why Jim is waving that flag so quickly. Must be nothing.
Upon his signal, his fleet turned upon their pursuers. Again, the Japanese admiral fell in the battle, and Japanese morale broke. Again, the Koreans trapped the fleeing vessels, and again, the Japanese fleet, 26 ships in all, was destroyed, without a single loss for Yi's forces.
Also, how are they not getting any losses? Like, did the Japanese ships not have cannons? Like, how could they not get a single loss? Are they not shooting these turtle ships? Like, they have to... I don't get that. I don't get it. How are they not sinking a single ship? Again, this is mostly from the Korean point of view, so it could be slightly exaggerated. That's true. Shape of the turtle ship helped to avoid direct cannon hits. Japan did not invest a single coin in their navy. Japanese ships are built for boarding. Oh, I guess, yeah. They didn't... that makes sense. Japan had bad cannons. That's true. Okay, that's true. Because in the start, they said that Korea had the cannons. Japan had mostly guns. That makes sense.
Turtle ship was OP. Upon hearing of all this, Hideyoshi was furious. He was so close to conquering Korea. His men had taken Pyongyang. The Korean court had been driven all the way to a tiny border village. Any further and the King of Korea wouldn't even be on Korean soil anymore. There was only one province he had not yet been able to overrun, Chola, where Yi was based. And without control of the sea, he couldn't resupply his massive army in the field. Yi must be destroyed. The order was given. There would be no more land raids from his navy until Yi's fleet was at the bottom of the Tsushima Strait. He ordered his admirals to pool their forces and to form a massive fleet to sweep aside this admiral that was causing him so much pain. The three main Japanese admirals were to gather their fleets in Busan, but the admiral with the largest fleet, Wakisaka Yasuharu, decided that bringing the fleets together was taking too long. Side note, if you watched our Sengoku Jidai series, this is one of the men who would eventually betray Ishida at the Battle of Sekigahara. Anyway, eager for glory and unwilling to wait for the rest of the Japanese forces, he set out with his 73 ships.
That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Why wouldn't you wait, dude? Just wait. Wait a couple days. Like, what glory is there? They're all dead. Foreshadowing. He wants to be a war hero. He wants to be that guy. He wants to be the main character.
I mean, why wait? He had 73 of the best ships in the Japanese fleet, and he knew Yi's armada, however devastating they might have been so far, was a small force. But Yi hadn't been idle after his last battle. He'd been drilling his men in new tactics and constructing additional ships. With these new additions, his fleet now numbered 56, and most importantly, with 2 new turtle ships he could bring to bear. On July 7, 1592, a local farmer came to tell Yi that he had seen a huge Japanese armada, at least 70 ships strong, in the Kyonerang Strait. Yi had his fleet there by the next day. Knowing that he couldn't maneuver in the strait, Yi sent out 6 of his ships to lure the Japanese, and sure enough, the entire Japanese force followed at all.
Not again! No! No, not again! Let's bait him in. Let's follow these guys into the... We'll funnel them through the strait. Surely nothing bad will happen. I will not be ambushed right near this guy's capital town on his land, in his waters. Surely. Have you heard the definition of madness, Yi? To be fair, without why wait for the rest guy, that does make sense. They can't keep getting away with it.
Haste. But this time, the Japanese faced yet another surprise. This technique of luring out the Japanese had been working so well that Yi had trained his men in a special formation called the Crane's Wing, where they would form a U around the enemy vessels that chased his ships, compressing them from all sides, making them easy targets, and leaving them no room to maneuver. The Crane's Wing descended. The sound of cannon fire—
This guy doesn't quit! This guy doesn't quit! He's still cooking up new strats! Oh my god!
ripped the air. One of the largest naval battles in world history raged for hours. But when the smoke cleared, 47 of the Japanese ships were sunk and 12 were captured. Only 14 of them escaped to the harbor at Busan. And still, not a single Korean ship was lost.
No, what? Okay, wait, what? I can't believe this. I can't believe this anymore. Not a single ship? How? Literally how, Yi? There's no way! What?
Yi was informed of the location of the other two admirals' fleets. They were anchored together at Angulpo. Yi saw the opportunity for a decisive blow, and so he set his vessels fresh off the last battle towards another attack. This time, though, no matter what he tried, the Japanese refused to be lured out of their position.
Okay.
So Yi sent his ships in small assault squads, using their superior range to hammer the largest of the Japanese ships, then moving clear so another squad could circle in and fire.
Oh my god, he's cavalry cycling. But with boats. He's doing it! He's doing it!
The battle was long and bloody. Though still none of Yi's ships were sunk, between the action outside of Kyonerang and the Battle of Angulpo, hundreds of his sailors were wounded. It was the most damage the Japanese had done to Yi's fleet to date. But the majority of the Japanese fleet in the harbor was destroyed. Only a few ships remained, and these Yi ordered not to be touched, because many of the Japanese soldiers had fled to the nearby shore, and, as he said, many brigands escaped into the mountains where local inhabitants have taken refuge.
He's really good at macro. He is. Parthian tactics on the water is insanely cool.
If all the Japanese ships were to be burned, the brigands would massacre Korean citizens in revenge. As he expected, instead of slaughtering the peasants in the hills, the Japanese boarded their remaining boats and slipped away in the night. 6 days later, upon hearing the news of these calamitous defeats, Hideyoshi ordered all offensive naval operations to cease.
Look at our stib using the term cavalry cycle. Hi, Luton, are you proud of me?
Now on, the Japanese Navy would only guard the passage to Busan. And so, with one stroke, Yi destroyed all of Hideyoshi's hopes for invading China. And without being able to resupply from the sea, even the Japanese efforts on the Korean peninsula were in jeopardy. The supply lines to the forces occupying Pyongyang were sorely stretched, and pursuing the Korean court any further became effectively impossible. Though the Korean army had been beaten on land time and time again, Yi had saved Korea. But the war wasn't over. Join us next time for Yi's attempt to land a finishing blow, treachery, and perhaps the greatest last stand in naval history.
Oh, there's more? I thought it would be over. Okay, I do have one question though. I don't think they told us. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. This is one admiral. Just Yi has done all this. Versus what, 3 or 4 Japanese admirals? Like, how is he so fast? Were his turtle ships faster than the Japanese ships? Because he's just like getting everywhere. Like, you think they would have, I don't know, when the Japanese try going to a different port or something? He was the defenders, so he is in one place. Like, couldn't they try going like the other way around or something? That's nuts to me that he kept finding them and getting them. Like, what if the Japanese went like around both sides of the island? Like, what would he do then? He's considered one of the greatest admirals of all time for a reason. This is over the span of months, Tim. They just didn't have the experience. Korea's not an island, Stim. Wait, it's not? I thought they could just go the other way around the island. I should have looked at the map before watching this. Sim, can you open a map right now and point to where Korea is? Chat, listen, it's easy to miss Korea, all tucked away down there by Australia. I thought... Well, that makes sense, I guess, then, that they couldn't just go the other way around the island. It showed Korea in the video?
Last time, we left Yi storming through the waters south of Korea,
Anyways.
savaging the Japanese fleet wherever he went. He had driven them first to consolidate their forces to try to thwart him, and then, finally, to give up on offensive naval operations entirely, restricting their fleets to just—
I know Korea's not near Australia. I was reading Luton's message. He was trolling me.
defending the vital supplies coming in at Busan. Now it was in this last harbor that Yi would attack them. In the 2 months since the Battle of Angulpo, Yi had trained his men, reinforced his fleet, and tried to rationalize the structure of Korean Naval Command. Now, on September 1st, 1592, he was ready to take on the combined Japanese armada at Busan. His fleet of 166 ships set out to destroy the nearly 500 Japanese ships.
Whoa! How does Japan have so many ships? That's crazy. That's a lot of ships. He's just like mowing through their naval now. Their naval? Navy.
Awaiting them in Busan Bay. He caught a few stragglers along the way, but the Japanese had finally learned from their past encounters with him. They were holed up in the harbor now, and while Yi's ships were able to fire into the harbor from outside Japanese cannon range, he couldn't find an opening to get close enough to achieve the type of complete victory he craved. As long as the Japanese were in that harbor, they were protected by the surrounding troops and cannon on the shore. By the end of the day, Yi's fleet had destroyed 130 ships, and the Japanese hadn't sunk a single vessel, but the Japanese forces still held the all-important harbor of Busan.
Hideyoshi reorganized Japanese infrastructure. He was famous for winning a siege by building a castle on another hill practically overnight. Whoa! Wow.
Yi had not been able to break their last line of supply. Now they'd be able to re-entrench and reinforce the harbor. As winter set in and the campaign season slowed down, the situation on the ground changed as well. An army from China had finally arrived in the north, and by January they had driven the Japanese out of Pyongyang. All over the country, the Japanese started to fall back, unable to sustain their lengthy lines of supply due to Yi's bottling up of their navy. By April, Seoul was retaken as well, and Busan served as the last great Japanese stronghold, anchoring their control on southern Korea. By August, Yi was promoted to Supreme Commander of the Korean Army and moved his base to the
Supreme Commander? Do you remember when he started from 0 like 3 times? And now he's Supreme Commander like a couple years later? I'm assuming this only took like a couple years or months even.
The island of Hansando, where he had previously used his crane wing formation to crush the Japanese offensive fleet. Again and again, Yi petitioned the court for marines so that he could resume naval operations, because his fleet couldn't attack the Japanese so long as they stayed defended under their shore guns, and without marines, he couldn't dislodge the shore batteries in order to follow up with the naval attack. But the Korean army was still in disarray at this point. Some of the most significant military gains on land were actually being made by guerrilla forces and the righteous armies of Buddhist monks. And what little of the regular army—
The righteous army of Buddhist monks? They had Buddhist monk armies? Isn't that contradictory to what a Buddhist monk is? Warrior monks? What? That's kind
either
of
was
cool.
not already deployed on the main offensive with the Chinese, was simply not up to the task Yi needed. And so his fleet sat, patrolled the waters, and kept the Japanese from breaking out of Busan. They would not get to engage in another major battle for some time. So instead, Yi focused on turning—
You do not mess with Buddhist warrior monks. They stopped Oda Nobunaga conquering Japan twice? Buddhist warrior monks are just one of those things that are confusing to most people. There's different flavors of Buddhism. Interesting. I know there's like monks that do like what's it called? Martial arts? I didn't know they were actual warriors and allowed to, or I don't know, allowed to fight and kill people? Huh. I didn't know that. Don't mess with Buddhist monks. They're super scary in this time period. Interesting. Okay. Isn't like the law of Buddhism like not to harm any living creature or something? One of the things? I don't know much about Buddhism. Monks are very chill in peace times, but they do not hesitate to return the peace by throwing hands.
Turning his island base into a production center. With the country ravaged by war and most of the working-age men conscripted into the army or the navy, the central government couldn't provide Yi's forces with the food, lumber, or weapons he needed to keep his men fed and his fleet in top shape. So he invited refugees to come to his island. He would protect them if they would work the land. At first they were just producing grain, but soon they were harvesting salt and timber. Then the production facilities grew to handle boat building and
Okay. He took refugees in if they would work for him? I mean, sounds like a win-win. A lot of Buddhist temples in Korea and Japan basically operated as tiny independent kingdoms, so their warriors were experts at kicking butt. They had to be to fight off bandits and various governments trying to conquer them. Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
uniform manufacturing. Soon there was a full-fledged R&D wing on the island.
What?
With great forges to produce goods of iron. The first true-
Is he creating his own country within a country? What the heck? He's an admiral, but now he's acting like a emperor, prime minister.
Really successful Korean muskets were forged here by
What?
Yi's research team. But as Yi was making his navy self-sufficient, the land war in Korea slowly ground to a stalemate, and peace talks began. The talks wore on for 3.5 years, until in
Whoa.
September 1596, negotiations broke down, and Hideyoshi prepared a second invading force of 141,500 men to head to the shores of Korea. As this new invasion force was setting sail, the Korean court received a letter from one of the Japanese commanders, in which he appeared to be selling out one of his counterparts, telling the Koreans exactly where his hated rival's fleet would be sailing, and suggesting that if only Admiral Yi Sun-shin would sail there, he
This is fishy. Surely this isn't a trap. Oh my god! You need to go here to this spot on the map. Trust me, bro. It's. I just want to help. You need to be at this exact spot at this exact time. Trust me. I just want to help. Specifically send Yi though. That's gotta be him. It's gotta be him.
he could wipe them out and do everybody a favor. Now, Admiral Yi heard this and laughed. Yeah, nice try. He refused the order to sail his fleet into an obvious Japanese trap. But Yi's childhood friend, Ryu Sung-young,
Oh.
had enemies in court, and when they heard of Yi's refusal to follow orders, they seized on this opportunity and had Yi tried for treason. Ryu could do
Again?
nothing to save him. Yi was ordered to return to Seoul for
Again? They keep doing my man dirty again. What? He's the supreme general. What do you mean?
his punishment. His replacement as head of the navy would be Won Kyun. This was the guy who'd sat and done nothing when the Japanese ships first invaded, and then promptly scuttled his own fleet. A fleet 4 times as large as the one Yi had been using to inflict such heavy losses on their enemies. Yi was nearly sentenced to death for his insubordination, but there were still those in court who saw his value, and though they could-
No kidding, he's the only reason you're not conquered. What do you mean? That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Let's put the man who saved us and our country into jail because we don't like him. Ah. Never let a thing like facing a losing war to get in the way of petty vengeance, Stim. We won't kill you because we might need you later. Damn. This is making me actually angry. I'm so angry right now.
couldn't save him entirely, they did save his life. He was once more reduced to the rank of a common soldier
Again.
and sent off to fight with one of the armies. But not long after he arrived at the army, the Japanese tried the same trick again. They sent the court a letter, this time informing them of a large transport fleet that was on its way, and saying how easy it would be to pick off these transports if they hurried. Won Kyun was ordered to intercept this juicy target, and he immediately set sail with every ship Yi had built. But when he reached the waters near Busan, he was shocked to find not an unarmed transport convoy, but a massive war fleet of 5...
Shocked Pikachu face. What? No! What? It's not a transport ship! What do you mean it's not a transport ship? It was a trap!
500 ships. Despite this, and the exhaustion his men faced from traveling so quickly, Won Kyun ordered a head-on assault. The winds picked up, and a gale began to form. Won Kyun couldn't keep his fleet together. Soon, some 30 Korean ships were burning, having drifted close enough to the enemy that, for the first time in the war, the Japanese could deploy their preferred form of naval warfare, boarding parties. In a panic, Won Kyun ordered a retreat and fled to the island of Kadokdo, where he ordered his men off the ships to resupply. What he hadn't realized was that this island was under Japanese control. As his men searched for fresh water, they were set upon by the Japanese island garrison.
You went to literally the worst place you could have gone, dude! What the heck? How does it keep getting worse? Who put this guy in charge? What?
And slaughtered. Those who escaped fled back to the ships without any of the supplies they desperately needed. Then the fleet just sat there.
Tactical genius. Oh no.
Deflated and listless. Commanders asked for orders, but Won Kyun had none. Though Busan itself was not far away, he didn't even send out scouts or reposition his fleet. Then, on the night of July 15th, guided by a full moon, the Japanese struck. Won Kyun's forces were in a disadvantageous position. His men were fatigued from lack of supply and demoralized by their loss and the days of waiting. Caught off guard at night and without any sort of plan, they were no match for the organized and coordinated Japanese assault.
The dude just gave up. He just gave up. He's like, I don't know. Like, there goes my one idea, I guess. We'll just sit here and wait for something. He gave up.
Even abandoning ship couldn't save them, as those that made it to one of the nearby shores found themselves face to face with the Japanese army, who were silently waiting there for any stragglers who might try to escape, and were quickly cut down.
Ooh.
Of the fleet Yi had so carefully built, only 12 ships escaped, saved by one of the sub-commanders who had tried to warn Won Kyun of the danger they faced. 157 Korean ships were lost that day, including every turtle ship ever built.
No, not the turtle
ships! So with only
ships!
12 ships left in the entire navy,
we had how many battles of Yi losing 0 ships? One battle with the new guy loses all the turtle ships. That's a gut punch. That's awful.
Who did Korea call upon? Who else? But mere days after reinstating Yi as admiral, the court informed him that they were disbanding the navy. Yi responded thusly: "This humble subject still has 12 ships. However small the number may be, I solemnly swear I will be able to defend the sea if I prepare myself for death to resist the enemy." And so, they let him.
If I was Yi at this point, I would have said F you. Why? I don't, like, he must be built different. Because, like, he keeps coming back to save them, and I would have been like, F you. I hope you burn. I wouldn't have came back. He just keeps going. He just keeps going. Like, how is he not bitter and like depressed and like spiteful at this point? He's just like, yeah, sure, I'll do my best. Man loves his country. He loves his country so much, even though they screwed him over, tortured him, almost sent him to death. That's crazy.
So Yi plotted and pondered where he would make his last stand. This would be it. This one decision would seal the fate of Korea. He studied charts and tides, and finally came to decide on Myeongyang, the Roaring Strait. This particular strait had a strong current, but unknown to the Japanese, its current had a strange property. Every 3 hours, it changed direction. It was upon this unusual current that Yi would gamble everything. On September 16th, the Japanese fleet, looking to destroy the final remnant of the Korean Navy, found Yi's scouts at the mouth of the strait. They chased the scouts into the strait, and that's when Yi fell upon
They did it. He did it again, folks. He did it again. Baited. He baited them. He can't keep getting away with this.
them. Yi's flagship dashed into their midst, roaring cannon and tearing through Japanese timber. But his ship fought alone. The rest of his navy, possessed by fear at facing such a large force, had lagged behind. Eventually, though, seeing the havoc Yi's ship was wreaking on the enemy, they took heart. Messengers were sent from boat to boat with a mix of inspirational words, threats, and the hope of victory. And soon, the rest of Yi's tiny armada...
Wait, did he have to send guys over there to be like, we can do it? Believe. Come on, it's not that bad. We got this.
dove into the fray. Then, a stroke of luck. The enemy flagship was blown apart by friendly fire, and the Japanese began to waver. Some of their ships began to turn about to fall back, and it was just at this moment that the water's current turned. The strait was too narrow for all the Japanese ships to maneuver around each other, and with the current roaring against them, ship slammed into ship. They tried in vain to retreat, tangled, ships smashing into one another, screams and chaos, and over it all, the roaring water. With the current now on their side, the Koreans gave chase, laying into enemy.
Wow, okay, that's really smart. He planned to do it there because he knew the currents would smash their ships apart because they're so big and... I don't know, big?
Enemy ships on either side, a hail of fire and arrows. The Japanese boats burnt and sank. 133 vessels had come to crush this tiny remnant of Korean Navy, and 31 of them wouldn't be returning. Yi, even when facing odds of 10 to 1, had once again not lost a single ship.
Wow.
Word of Yi's victory spread. As his tiny fleet sailed, one by one, other ships began to show up. Ships that had been thought lost. Ships that had been hiding after the previous...
Oh, he inspired them to come out of hiding, to join his fleet again. They're like, is that Yi? Is that my man Yi? I'm back. Put me in, dog.
Disaster under Wonkyun. These ships now came to join Yi's
That's
tiny
nice.
armada. Refugees flocked to where Yi's ships were anchored, willingly giving him food, cloth, and iron. And perhaps
that's
most
nice.
importantly, the Chinese, who had mostly limited their naval efforts to guarding ports until now, decided that they could work with the Korean Navy and take the offensive. And so we'll leave Yi rebuilding the Korean Navy until next week, when we see the Japanese invasion ended for good.
That's crazy. This man is single-handedly rebuilding the Navy. Hi, Stim. Are we enjoying some historical stories of military leadership? My great ancestor admiraled the Venetian fleet at the Battle of Lepanto against the Ottoman Empire. What? That's cool. I really like this series. This was a good recommendation. I can't believe this is a real person. I know it can be possibly embellished. I just can't believe that this is a real person. He was tortured. He was demoted, 4 times? Almost sent to his death. Backstabbed by friends and his own government multiple times. All his ships have been destroyed. The Navy was almost disbanded. And he still came back and rebuilt everything. That's crazy. I told you it would sound unbelievable. That's crazy. There's a whole movie about this battle called Admiral Roaring Currents, Tim? Is there? I also really hope we watch something regarding the Three Kingdoms one day. What are the Three Kingdoms? He most likely had a few crash outs in between. I would think. Oh, like Total War Three Kingdoms. Shu, Wu, and Wei? The Chinese Civil War? Oh, I don't know anything about it. Next time you want to do extra history, I recommend the Justinian and Theodora series. It is also very incredible, even crazier than Game of Thrones. The Three Kingdoms is a huge deal. Oh man, I love history. I love learning about history. Okay, let's finish this off. This is the last part of Admiral Yi. Let's see how he ends. Hopefully he like has a happy life and retires.
When we left off, Yi had crushed the Japanese at the Battle of Myeongyang and was busy rebuilding the Korean Navy after their disastrous losses while he was being falsely accused. Now, just as he's beginning to coordinate with the Chinese Navy on how to prosecute the war, something major happens. Maybe the one event that can truly change the course of this war.
Okay.
Hideyoshi dies. 6 years and...
Oh, he dies! Okay.
4 months after the fateful Japanese landing on Korea, the man who started it all, the man who envisioned a vast Asian empire radiating out from Japan, died. This was a sea change. Hideyoshi had been holding the Japanese in Korea by sheer force of will. As soon as he died, the council of men who ran Japan in his stead all looked at one another and said, "Does anyone here actually want to keep fighting Korea?" Okay,
Wait, now that he's dead, does anyone actually care if we invade Korea anymore? Like, no one else care about this? Can we stop? See, this is how we get people to love history. Gotta give them this kind of thing rather than some wrestling coach reading from a textbook. Yeah. These videos are a great way to get invested in history. I'm enjoying this a lot. My history teacher was a grumpy old man who hated kids, so I couldn't get into it.
Show of hands, who wants to stay in Korea? Nobody? All right then. With that, they agreed to pull the Japanese forces out of there as soon as they could negotiate a deal which would let them withdraw their forces safely. But the Koreans were not so eager for peace after seeing hundreds of thousands of their countrymen slaughtered during Hideyoshi's invasion. So Admiral Yi continued to coordinate with the Chinese forces to bottle up the Japanese in one of their last strong...
She's gonna fall for Lu Bu? Wait a second. Like Dynasty Warriors? Or is that just like a common name? Three Kingdoms is what I put most of my time into history-wise. The guy from Dynasty Warriors! It's based on Three Kingdoms? It is? Oh, I didn't know those are real people. I thought those were just characters. I didn't know that was real. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Man, we gotta play Dynasty Warriors. I did like Lu Bu. I did.
Strongholds, the port of Suncheon. The Chinese army closed around the city on land, and the Korean and Chinese navies blockaded the port. Seeing the situation as hopeless, the Japanese commander decided the best option he had left was to try to bribe everybody. But each time it seemed as though he was succeeding in bribing the Chinese contingents, Yi shamed them into falling back in line. Seeing no hope of peaceful retreat, the Japanese commander had one last plan. He dispatched a messenger boat to slip through the Chinese lines and tell the other major Japanese garrison to deploy all their ships and rendezvous with him as they tried to break their way through the Chinese and Korean blockade. But Yi got word of this plan, and knew that he must prepare.
His spies.
The next night, November 15th, 1598, long after the sun had fallen below the horizon, and the water had faded from blue to deep black, Yi told his forces to slip away from the blockade. They would try to intercept the reinforcing fleet in the fateful Noryang Strait. Near 2 a.m., the joint Korean and Chinese fleet fell upon the resting Japanese ships. At first it was chaos, cannon lighting up the water at night, but soon the Japanese tried to regroup. Despite being caught off guard, they still had fun.
Wow, 150 versus 500. I can't believe Japan had such a huge navy. They've gotten their ass kicked over and over again, and they still have huge numbers.
500 ships to the combined 150 of Yi and the Chinese. And moreover, they were fueled by desperation. If they lost here, who knows if they'd ever see Japan again. But the Allied forces had two advantages going for them as well. For one, they had once again caught the Japanese in a strait where they could not easily maneuver their massive fleet. And two, even if they could maneuver, many of their ships were transports, which were only useful for boarding and arquebus fire in a fight. In desperation,
they were hoping that they could just use whatever they had to get onto the ships and use their guns. Very cheap and very mass-producible boats.
The Japanese attacked, driving their ships through the withering hail of the enemy cannonade. Unfortunately for Yi, the Chinese commander, who wasn't used to fighting the Japanese and had no experience with Yi's long-range form of naval warfare, charged forward to meet the Japanese fleet and prepared to engage them in hand-to-hand combat. The Chinese commander was surrounded. Dozens of Japanese ships descended on the Chinese flagship. Yi ordered his own ship to attempt a rescue. Yi's flagship plunged into the midst of the enemy. He was committed now. It would be fierce, close combat the rest of the way.
He could have just let him die, but he's like, no, for honor.
Exactly the type of fight Yi had always tried to avoid. The vessels were so close that unarmed Korean sailors began throwing bundles of burning sticks down on the enemy decks. As Yi's ship broke through the waves, he spotted 3 of the enemy's admirals standing on the deck of one of the—
Look how happy they are! They're like, yay! Naval battle! Woohoo!
the Japanese ships attacking his ally, and so Yi drew his bow and loosed. One of the admirals fell.
Nice.
For a moment, there was almost a silence in the midst of the fighting, as every—
How could this happen? What do you mean he has bows? No! We were celebrating our victory! That hasn't happened yet!
Everybody looked to see where that arrow had come from. Then one of the Japanese admirals roused himself from his shock and shouted that it was Yi. All the ships must attack Yi. All the Japanese vessels turned and began to give chase to Yi's flagship. But now it was the Chinese admiral's turn to take action, and his ships tore into the vessels pursuing Yi. Soon the fight was on the deck of the Chinese flagship, Chinese Dao sparking against Japanese katana. In the end, the Japanese boarding parties were repelled, but many from both sides lay dead on the deck. As dawn began to bring light back to the scene, everyone could see how badly the Japanese were faring. They attempted to flee, but Yi would have none of it. These people who had come to his land, who had despoiled his home, who had slaughtered his people and endangered his nation, no, he would not let them flee.
Shit, he's going Super Saiyan.
He grabbed the mallet from the ship's drummer and began to beat the war drum himself, urging his ships to go ever faster.
I feel like this is unlocking Yi's rage over the last, 10 years of all the shit that's happened to him. Now he's going beast mode. He's going beast mode now. It's all this pent-up rage yeah, he's going there.
The haunting echo of
he's
the drum
activating his ultimate.
Its beat hounded the Japanese, bit at their heels. His fleet moved like it never had before, the drum steadily beating like the call of the god of war. They were upon the Japanese. Cannons roared, arquebuses answered. Shouts and screams were heard as ship after ship was caught by the pursuing fleet, possessed by the beat of the drums of war. But then, just for an instant, the drums faltered. Seen by no one but his son, his nephew, and a loyal servant, Yi had been struck by a stray arquebus ball. They rushed to his side as he slumped against the drum, trying to—
His son was there too? Oh. But I thought he was gonna get to retire. What?
Aid him, asking if there was anything they could do. With his last breath, he said to them, "We are about to win this war.
No!
Keep beating the drum. Do not let anyone know of my death." His son picked up the mallet and continued the beat. Dressed in Yi's armor, his son and his nephew took up the command. For hours, they were Yi, commanding as he would, with all his ability and skill. None of Yi's officers ever realized he had fallen until, as the battle was closing, the Chinese flagship was once again surrounded. Yi's son ordered his ship into the thick. They darted forward, breaking the cordon around the Chinese flagship, helping the Chinese to escape. The fighting was fierce, but it was near the last of it. And as the day closed, the Chinese admiral sailed toward Yi's flagship and called out to thank Yi for saving him, to invite Yi to celebrate the glorious day together.
Whoa.
But he was met by Yi's son.
I can't even imagine watching. Even Yi's son is like his dad. Watching your father be killed, wearing his bloody clothes, pretending to be him during the battle, just carry out his dying wish. Holy. That is so hardcore. Wow. That's crazy. That's so tragic.
Instantly, he knew what had happened, and 3 times he threw himself to the deck, wailing and crying out, "Even after death, you saved my life." This was the last battle of the war. 300 Japanese ships were destroyed or captured. After this, the remaining Japanese garrisons would either be captured one by one by the Chinese and Korean forces, or slip back to Japan to fight one last struggle before Tokugawa's ascension as shogun. At last, the Imjin War was at an end. Hideyoshi's dream of a Japanese empire was broken. Korea was free, but Yi would never see it. Thousands turned out to see his body returned to his small home.
An actual war hero. That's crazy. I'm sad. I'm actually really sad that he died. Oh, he died doing what he loved, I guess, for his country. But I'm sad. It's so tragic.
Village.
Damn.
People lined the road and wailed at the passing of a man they may never have met. The Chinese admiral wrote for him a eulogy, and even the court and the king tried to make their recompense. And so passed the man so ill-treated in life, so often demoted and accused, the man who would forever be known as the martial lord of loyalty.
Yeah, literally, that is a loyal man. That is a high-value man right there. He was betrayed, he was backstabbed, he was tortured, he had everything ripped away from him. He started over like 4 times, and he still remained loyal to his country and died for his country. That's crazy. What a high-value man. Man, fuck the court. Wow, that was so interesting. He's the best admiral, like, ever. Is there anyone that comes even close to that? Admiral Yi. Wow. Nelson? Who's that? Is he British? Because didn't the British have a big navy too? British admiral that destroyed Napoleon's fleet. If you like admiral history, look up Michel de Ruyter, Dutch admiral who took on the British and French armadas at their peak. For God's sake, Stim, what? What did I do now? What did I do now? Britain has a navy? No, I know they have a navy, but I meant like, weren't they one of like the most well-known for having a navy? I remember from the Napoleon videos, their navy was like their thing. They were the navy. Admiral Nelson, the most famous admiral of all time. Of course, Tim doesn't know her. I don't know anything about war. I'm sorry. Alternatively, if you want the opposite, History of Everything has a very good video series on the perpetual clown show that is the Soviet-Russian Navy. Do you know of the Chinese pirate queen, Stim? There's a Chinese pirate queen? A real pirate queen? I do not know that. That sounds really badass, though. Zhen Yi Sao? Extra History has a video series on her, too? Yes, and she was a badass? Man, I love learning about history. It's so interesting. You gotta look up Joan of Arc's story. Oh, Joan of Arc's story is sad. I know some of it. Very sad. And tragic, isn't it? Wasn't Joan of Arc like a 14-year-old girl or something? It gets a lot less fun once you have to write a 10K history thesis. Yeah, that's true. This is a fun way for me to learn history. It's more easier to digest. She needs to do Oda next. There's also Grace O'Malley, the Irish pirate queen. There's Irish pirates? Whoa. She was 17, plus her best friend turned into a serial killer. What? Joan of Arc was a 14-year-old witch, if you ask some people. Why are Irish pirates surprising? I don't know. That just is surprising to me. The Chinese Z is meant to pronounce like a J. So her name is pronounced Zheng Yi Sao. Oh, I actually did not know that. Thank you. Stim, there's pirates from every country. If you have water, you'll have pirates. I guess like the only pirates I imagine are like the pirates from Pirates of the Caribbean. So if they weren't on Pirates of the Caribbean, I don't know them. I don't think there was Irish pirates on there. Hi there, is your name a nod to Stimpaks from SC2? No. My name is because I really liked Fallout a lot. And I usually play healer. You know pirates still exist, right? Yeah, I know, like, those are scary bad pirates. Not like fun Blackbeard pirates. Even in Pirates of the Caribbean, there were pirates from all over the world. The very same Chinese lady. Yeah, that makes sense. I do remember that. Stim, Blackbeard did not do fun things. Yes, but it was a long time ago, so it makes it seem not as scary. They were scary bad back then too. Blackbeard is also scary bad, not fun, but I mean, it's like a long time ago. So, you know, not as scary as modern day pirates that are still pirating. That makes sense in my head, okay? Stimpaks in StarCraft gets your soldiers high and takes out half their HP. Wow, it's so relatable. Wow. Fun fact, the pirate settlement of Tortuga was one of the first democracies in the New World. Really? Gotta watch some Napoleonic War videos, like oversimplified. I did! I have watched the Napoleon videos from Oversimplified. Not the Napoleonic Wars, though, I don't think. We just did the life of Napoleon. Anyways, chat, I think I'm gonna end here a little earlier than normal, but I have a lot to prepare for the Donathon and birthday stream next week. Oh, that's the same video. Oh. Wait, Stim, is your stomach feeling better? No, I still feel really sick. I'm gonna make some soup. Fix your door too. Oh yeah, I have to go to the hardware store. It's very cold by that door because there's no nothing to protect it. Nothing to keep the air in or out. I'm excited for Bricky and Sunny collab. I hope to watch it live. Luton's gonna be there too. Actually, I was on Bricky. I wasn't on Bricky's stream. I hopped into his chat today. And he said, I'm excited for a collab this weekend. And I was like, don't jinx it. Fan art? Oh, fan art? What? What are you showing me? In my Discord? Wait, let me see. That's really funny. Let me show that on stream before I end. We should someday see the history of the world by according through bread. It is on my list of things to do, yes. It is on my list of videos to watch. There's so many videos, so little time. Okay, look at this. Look at this. It's so accurate. It's so accurate. Would you be scared if you saw that? Coming for you. Complete with the thick ass tail. Just yap maxing. So, you know, I went and got my favorite pumpkin spice coffee, but they used the wrong kind of milk, so it didn't taste as good as it normally did. I had a different barista than normal. But anyways, I really like pumpkin spice. Do you want to go with me to the thrift store and we can do some thrifting? And then actually after... That's something that you'd see in the back rooms. She's coming for you. She's coming for you and your snackies. So anyways, I ate the chunky yogurt. I didn't want to throw it away, okay? I didn't want to throw it away. It still had some life in it. I've come to negotiate my death. You mean you surrender? No, please kill me. What? It looks like someone has beheaded you and stuffed your body. It does look like taxidermy, doesn't it? This is beautiful. Thank you, Luton. This is our flagship. Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm doing a Total War tutoring with Sotek tomorrow. We finish off Grom the Paunch, hopefully. Hopefully. Please, I want to kill Grom. I want Grom to end. So we have that tomorrow, and then we have Dark Tide with Bricky and Luton and Sunny on Friday. Yippee! I think I'm gonna actually take Saturday off. I know I had Alien Isolation planned for Saturday, but that was before I changed my outfit debut date. And I might need Saturday to work on debut stuff, because I have a lot to do. So I might take Saturday off. We'll see how much I get done during this week. Absolutely stacked lineup of stuff, no worries. Wait, the debut changed? I changed the dates on the Donathon to avoid some overlap. So the Donathon and my birthday debut outfit will be Wednesday, October 15th at my normal stream time. I'm going to stream for 3 days straight, doing a Donathon and revealing my new outfit and celebrating my birthday. So yeah, it changed. It's earlier now. It's 1 week from today, actually, next Wednesday. I have so much to do. I have so much to do in 1 week. I'm nervous. I'm freaking out. I'm freaking it. I got so much stuff to do. So I might take Saturday off. We'll see how much I get done. Manager and streamer, very busy. Very busy. Yeah. I was also been so busy with Outbreak stuff and Glitchstar stuff and debut stuff and Donathon stuff and birthday stuff. Oh my god. But we'll do it. We can do it. We can do it all, I believe. I won't sleep much this week. Sending you a luck buff, Stim. You got this. Thank you, your pet rock. Thank you. I'm very excited. You guys are gonna like it, I hope. Dualux has seen it. He's like, you gotta debut this right now. It's so good. So I'm excited. Alright, I'm gonna send y'all off somewhere. See you tomorrow when we do the Sotek stream. I'm excited to return to Bretonia. And have a great evening. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Have a good day. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.